see. They'll be driving round the Round Tower, which is right at the core of the castle there. And it was where King James I was locked up for 11 years in the early 1400s. And while he was locked up, he looked down into the garden and he saw Lady Jane Beaufort. And he rather fancied her, thought she was extremely pretty, and fell in love with her. And when he was released from the prison, he married her. One of the more successful royal marriages.
Well, Michael, with all due respect, to be locked up for 11 years, I wouldn't be surprised if even the gardener was looking quite good to him at that point. But it's a lovely story and a very romantic one for
Trust
today.
you to lower the tone. Anyway, we're looking down from the top of the Round Tower, and there's the car coming out from that detour around the back of the Round Tower, and coming the same route that the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh came down. And now the people who've got the tickets to be inside the castle can get their view.
This is what they've been waiting for.
Absolutely.
And she's a little late. I wonder if she's worried about the 6 o'clock.
Well, we reckon she's about 10 minutes late, so she's got, by my watch, 53 minutes to exchange the vows, or they'll have to do it all over again.
But this is her big moment, just coming close to the chapel now, and good luck, Sophie.
It's a grand car to get married in, isn't it? Built in 1977 by the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders to mark the Silver Jubilee of the Queen.
So many cameras out, taking the pictures, recording the moment.
You can hear people yelling from here, can't you?
She's nearing those steps.
Absolutely. Sophie Rhys-Jones for not much longer.
And the car pulls up there to the west steps. Bishop of Norwich ready to greet her, and at last we're about to get a proper glimpse of the dress. Her designer there helping her out, making sure that everything is just in place as she gets out of the car. A bit tricky with that long dress.
Looks like she's wearing a coat over a dress made of silk organza, and quite a lot of heavy beading at the neck. She's got a beautiful veil on made of silk tulle.
She looks absolutely beautiful, I don't think anyone's going to be disappointed by how she looks today. Her father, I don't think we've mentioned, it's her father's his father's birthday today, so it's an especially important day for him.
Lovely tiara as well. True. I think that's been loaned by the Queen and made by Asprey's.
And very important now to make sure the dress is absolutely right as it goes up the steps. Sophie's already said the one thing she's very nervous about is tripping up the steps.
Then the wind is the added factor.
Very important job for the paid boys and bridesmaids there to hold on to the train, make sure it looks just right. And a lovely cheer from the crowd there. Beautiful smile from Sophie. She looks relaxed. And she's going to walk up these steps, a commoner, and walk out a member of the royal family. Fanfare specially composed for Sophie, played by Her Majesty's Royal Marine Band. And she walks up the steps now to the Marsh Eroique. And she walks into a chapel steeped in the history of the royal family, to which she's about to belong. It was built by a king 700 years ago to be the focus of royal worship down the centuries, and today she'll join that long lineage. She's already said it's a nerve-wracking prospect, but she's ready for it.
given to her by Prince Edward on the occasion of her wedding. Black and white pearls made by Aspreys and Gerards again.
Edward, in fact, helped design that jewellery for her, so it's a very personal present to her.
Yes.
Smile from Sophie, looking very relaxed. And she's about to take her place under the organ screen, which where the first part of the ceremony will take place. And there you are, Prince Edward has had his first glimpse of his bride. And this will be the introduction next by the Bishop of Norwich.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honourable estate instituted of God himself, signifying unto us the mystical union that is betwixt Christ and his church, which holy estate Christ adorned and beautified with his presence, and first miracle that he wrought in Cana of Galilee, and is commended in Holy Writ to be honourable among all men, and therefore is not by any to be enterprised nor taken in hand, unadvisedly, lightly or wantonly, but reverently, discreetly, soberly, and in the fear of God, duly considering the causes for which matrimony was ordained. First, it was ordained for the increase of mankind according to the will of God, and that children might be brought up in the fear and nurture of the Lord, and to the praise of his holy name. Secondly, it was ordained that the natural instincts and affections implanted by God should be hallowed and directed aright, that those who are called of God to this holy estate should continue therein in pureness of living. Thirdly, it was ordained for the mutual society, help, and comfort that the one ought to have of the other, both in prosperity and adversity. Into which holy estate these two persons present come now to be joined. Therefore, if any man can show any just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace.
And now the hymn, Ye Holy Angels Bright. Sophie and Edward will walk separately down the choir to the high altar, because they're not yet man and wife. So they won't walk together. Sophie hasn't yet been given away by her father.
I require and charge you both, as ye will answer at the dreadful day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment, why ye may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it. For be ye well assured that so many as are coupled together otherwise than God's word doth allow, are not joined together by God, neither is their matrimony lawful. Edward, wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together according to God's law in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Sophie, wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's law in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love him, comfort him, honor and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Who giveth this woman to be married to this man? I, Edward Anthony Richard Louis,
I, Edward Anthony Richard Louis,
take thee, Sophie Helen,
take thee, Sophie Helen,
to my wedded wife,
to my wedded wife,
to have and to hold,
from this day forward,
for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy law, and thereto I give thee my troth. I, Sophie Helen,
I, Sophie Helen,
take thee, Edward Anthony Richard Louis,
take thee, Edward Anthony Richard Louis,
to my wedded husband,
to
have and to hold,
from this day forward,
for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love, cherish and to obey, till death us do part, according to God's holy law, and thereto I give thee my troth. Bless, O Lord, this ring, which we hallow in thy name, that he who gives it and she who wears it may abide in thy peace, continue in thy favor, go on and grow old in thy love, through Jesus Christ our Lord. With this ring I thee wed.
With this ring I thee wed.
With my body I thee honor.
With my body I thee honor.
And all my worldly goods.
With
thee I share. In the name of the Father. And of the Son. And of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Amen.
O eternal God, creator and preserver of all mankind, giver of all spiritual grace, the author of everlasting life, send thy blessing upon these thy servants, this man and this woman whom we bless in thy name, that living faithfully together, they may surely perform and keep the vow and covenant betwixt them made, whereof this ring given and received is a token and pledge, and may ever remain in perfect love and peace together, and live according to thy laws, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Forasmuch as Edward and Sophie have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before God and this company, and thereto have given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving of a ring and by joining of hands, I pronounce that they be man and wife together, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, bless, preserve, and keep you. The Lord mercifully with his favor look upon you, and so fill you with all spiritual benediction and grace, that ye may so live together in this life, that in the world to come ye may have life everlasting. Amen.
So Edward and Sophie, or the Duke and Duchess of Wessex as they are now, are officially man and wife. Now the hymn, Love Divine, All Loves Excelling. Sophie's brother David will read the lesson now from the first letter of John, chapter 4, verses 7 to 11.
A reading from the first letter of John. Dear friends, let us love one another, because love is from God. Everyone who loves is a child of God and knows God. But the unloving know nothing of God. For God is love, and his love was disclosed to us in this, that he sent his only Son into the world to bring us life. The love I speak of is not our love for God, but the love he showed to us in sending his Son as the remedy for the defilement of our sins. If God thus loved us, dear friends, we in turn are bound to love one another.
Prayers now, and the Dean of Windsor will step forward for the first time to assume his role in the service.
Let us pray. Lord, have mercy upon us. Lord, have mercy upon us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. O Lord, save thy servant and thy handmaid. O Lord, send them help from thy holy place. Be unto them a tower of strength. O Lord, hear our prayer. O God of our fathers, bless these thy servants, and sow the seed of eternal life in their hearts, that whatsoever in thy holy word they shall profitably learn, they may indeed fulfill the same, that so, obeying thy will, and always being in safety under thy protection, they may abide in thy love unto their lives' end. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. O merciful Lord and heavenly Father, by whose gracious gift mankind is increased, bestow, we beseech thee, upon these two persons the heritage and gift of children, and grant that they may live together so long in godly love and honesty, that they may see their children Christianly and virtuously brought up to thy praise and honor, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. O God, who has taught us that it should never be lawful to put asunder those whom thou by matrimony hadst made one, and hast consecrated the state of matrimony to such an excellent mystery that in it is signified and represented the spiritual marriage and unity betwixt Christ and his church. Look mercifully upon these thy servants, that both this man may love his wife according to thy word, as Christ did love his spouse the church, who gave himself for it, loving and cherishing it, even as his own flesh. And also that this woman may be loving and amiable and faithful to her husband, and in all quietness, sobriety, and peace, be a follower of holy and godly women. O Lord, bless them both, and grant them to inherit thy everlasting kingdom, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Almighty God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, pour upon you the riches of his grace, sanctify and bless you, that ye may please him both in body and soul, and live together in holy love unto your lives' end. Amen.
And we'll hear the choir now for the first time sing on their own, sing the motet Ubi Caritas under direction of the organist and master of the choristers, Jonathan Rhys-Williams. The Bishop of Norwich now will say the blessing.
God, the Holy Trinity, make you strong in faith and love, defend you on every side, and guide you in truth and peace. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always.
A fanfare now, followed by the last hymn, Let All the World and Every Corner Sing. Sophie and Edward have retired to sign the register behind the high chapel there in the ambulatory. They'll just be signing it on a plain oak desk. Then there'll be a few photographs afterwards. They also have to sign a royal register later on up at the castle, and that's because of the Royal Marriage Act. Since 1772, all royal marriages required the permission of the sovereign. That's because George III was outraged when his brother, the Duke of Cumberland, married a commoner, and he wanted to prevent it happening again. Though I don't think anybody minds today that Prince Edward has married a commoner, though she is, of course, now the Duchess of Wessex. And now the anthem, The Spirit of the Lord, by Elgar. Sophie's brother there. His role in the service over now. He can relax. What you're hearing now is an introduction on the organ, which was presented by King George III in 1719. It's been rebuilt about 6 times, most recently in 1965. Prince and Princess Michael of Kent there. And the Queen Mother, she's stayed there, she hasn't gone back to sign the register. Duke and Duchess of Kent. They're sitting in the choir stalls there, which are actually hinged seats, Princess Margaret. They're hinged seats so that people can stand, can lean on the seats but appear to be standing, which I guess is very useful during long services. Prince Harry there. images there of the last royal wedding of the 20th century. Sophie and Edward's Happy Day, and now the familiar Amen chorus from the Messiah by Handel. Queen back in her place. The register's been signed now. A fanfare, followed by the national anthem. So there they are, Edward and Sophie, Earl and Countess of Wessex. A bow and a curtsy to the Queen, man and wife. Walking through the choir now to Vidor's Toccata. Time to relax now, greet their friends. For Sophie now, life will never be the same again. Now as a member of the royal family, many aspects of her life will be public property. She'll be photographed wherever she goes. Whatever she does, she must remember she's no longer plain Sophie Rhys-Jones, but has a place and responsibilities within the monarchy. But they don't seem to be weighing too heavily on her today. A smile for her groom, for her husband there. And as they walk through the 16th century nave, smile for their friends, the bridesmaids and page boys who behaved so well, walking behind them. And you can't quite see it, but the carriages are drawing up outside. And they're just coming out now, outside to stand on the west steps, to the cheers of the crowd outside.
The Earl and the Countess of Wessex. He became Earl this morning. She became the Countess of Wessex when she took her vows.
And she will become known as Sophie Wessex.
A professional name, Sophie Wessex. And the bells. Now the members of both families coming out to join them on the steps for, well, it happens at every wedding at this stage, for the photographs. Now I hope we'll get a sight, Sue, of the gifts that they've given each other.
Yes, because the bride is actually wearing a black and white pearl necklace and matching pair of black and white pearl drop earrings. They've been designed by His Royal Highness the Prince Edward and made by Asprey and Garrard, and these are a personal present from His Royal Highness to Sophie on their big day.
A bit more romantic than his first present, I think. The first Christmas after they met, he gave her a suitcase, which didn't go down terribly well.
Very practical.
I'm sure, yeah. Men always get these things wrong, don't they? But I think he got it right.
He got it right today, yeah.
And she's given him an 18-carat yellow gold Hunter pocket watch on a similar 18-carat yellow gold watch chain. You can't really see it. Maybe it's tucked. You can
away.
just see it poking out there of his waistcoat. Perhaps he was looking at it rather sharply as she was a little bit late arriving. Well, there's that necklace. It's beautiful.
Stunning, absolutely stunning. And and Sophie's tiara as well is designed and remodeled by the crown jeweller David Thomas. The tiara is from the private collection of Her Majesty the Queen.
I wonder if the photographer is better drilled than most wedding photographers, who tend to get nervous at this particular point. And ordering people around would be a bit difficult in these circumstances. Here are the carriages for the ride through the town, so that the people out in the town can get a glimpse of the Earl and the new Countess. Well, it looks, they were going to spend about 10 minutes on the steps there for the photo call, but perhaps because it's going late, they've cut that and they'll have the photographs later at the reception. Anyway.
It's a beautiful dress, as we said, designed by Samantha Shaw. And just talk a little bit about the detail of the dress, which consists of rows of pearls and crystal beading around the neck, the sleeves and the train. There's further beading down the back and the front of the dress coat. In total, there's about 325,000 cut glass and pearl beads that have been sewn onto the dress. And that will be the photograph that will dominate the papers tomorrow.
It certainly will. It certainly will. There are two carriages in this drive. Edward and Sophie will be in the first one, and following them will be the bridesmaids and the page boys, which would really make the end of an extraordinary day for them. And there they go, out of the Horseshoe Cloister. These are the Queen's Ascot landauers, and have been in pretty heavy use this week, taking the royal family from Windsor down the racecourse at Ascot for the race meeting. Oh, wow.
Tremendous reception. It was lovely that even during the service the crowd was cheering all the way through. It was fabulous, I think.
The postilions, they're the chaps who are riding the horses, are in semi-state livery. Edward and Sophie's landau are being drawn by two greys called Alderney and Twilight. They've had four greys. The first two were Alderney and Twilight. Had a very heavy week. Not just Ascot, but they were at the Trooping the Colour as well. Part of the reason for the drive is that, of course, here at Windsor there's no balcony, as there was at Buckingham Palace for the other royal weddings. For the bride and the groom to show themselves to the people after the ceremony.
And it's lovely that the weather has held, because there's been a few dark clouds around Windsor this afternoon. But
dark clouds and loud aircraft as well. I think Concorde came over at a rather key moment, but the walls are very thick, I think. They're retracing their steps now, back up Chapel Hill. Past the crowds up there. You just see all the BBC vehicles in the back there. People have actually been sneaking through to watch the television service on the monitors there. There's the Queen returning to her apartment for the reception. Edward and Sophie have now, in retracing their steps, gone out of sight of the crowd into the more private area on the other side of the round tower. Those gardens, incidentally, you can see on the right-hand side, heavy with the smell of roses. The Governor's Garden. Bells of Windsor. We expect to see coming round from behind the round tower there, and out through the outer gate. You can just see them now.
a very patient crowd is ready to greet them as they come through. And then they'll go through the streets of Windsor once again. It's quite surprising to know that back in 1851 the town was described as one of the dirtiest and unhealthiest in the country. Now, of course, one of the most charming, and looking at its best today.
It's a great view of them, isn't it? They're coming down Castle Hill now to the great statue of Queen Victoria at the bottom of it. It was done for her Golden Jubilee in 1887, after she'd spent, I think, something like 20 years in virtual retreat after the death of Prince Albert. It was a difficult time then for the royal family, and it marked a return to more public life. You'll soon be able to see that statue coming into sight on the left-hand side, just at the bottom of Castle Hill. There's the postilion. Nigel Day and Kevin Hutchinson. The horse is very cool about this. They've been practicing all week with Ascot. Down through the advance gate. with the statue of Victoria just at the bottom of the street. Just off Castle Hill, behind them is a narrow street which leads to the cloisters there, where Nell Gwyn once had lodgings. She's got a strong arm. She presumably have flung an orange into the, into the castle precinct. Oh, I say. We've got a camera on the carriage, which is, I was about to say, a Sophie's eye view, but I hope she sees more than the back end of the horse. But it gives you an idea of what it's like to be travelling along in the carriage.
We're into the High Street, and there's a lovely Queen Charlotte Street just off to the left, just before the Guildhall, and it's recorded in the Guinness Book of Records as the shortest street in England, just 51 feet and 10 inches. And at the end there's a little tea shop that you know, Michael.
Yes, a tea shop that closed for tea and wouldn't serve me. There you go.
Of course, they're passing the receptions of the two other weddings in Windsor.
I think so, yes. I hope nobody's making a speech. Back down towards that kink in the road that gets to Park Street. Oh, yeah. That really gives you a sense of what it must be like to be sitting in the carriage. It's a very elegant 18th century street, High Street, and running into Park Street, where you've got all that bit about it being terribly squalid in Victorian times. It looks delightful now.
Absolutely. I'm just going past the stables at Windsor Castle.
Now, you took a special interest in that, so I remember. There's a letterbox just on that corner. You might not be able to see it, but it's actually painted blue, and it's the only one I've ever come across that was actually set up for airmail letters in the early years of the century, or when aircraft came in, presumably.
Of course, we are heading towards the Cambridge Gate, aren't we? And we met a very interesting character.
Let's hope we see him,
the
yes.
gate.
They're interesting jobs these chaps have got.
Bank of America, and I think it's incredible the Secretary of State for Scotland doesn't even realise who owns the Sky Bridge.
If you're going to float across the ocean...
You better not do any campaigning in Skye at this election, because you'll get precious few votes.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. I think you'll get votes, do you?
We'll see. But what we have done, as I say, that we've honoured our promises in the Skye Bridge and the contract we inherited. Let me turn to the more general point. I think what is important is that we get the facilities that doctors want, that nurses want, that patients deserve, that we want in areas like Falkirk, for example. Well, just let me just finish.
Against the PFI
we want also to improve. We've got the biggest school building and refurbishment programme we have ever seen. Now, if we don't lever in private capital, then we do without that. I was at the Dumfries Royal Infirmary a little while ago, a few weeks ago. They need a new maternity block. They need a new day case for surgical care. They're going to get it. The contract will be signed. Well, the signed. Well, just let me ask you. Well, let me just. Please, Alec, you accused me of interrupting you a little while ago. Perhaps you could observe your own rules of conduct. Let me just say that they are, of course, very worried because they believe what Alex Salmond says, and because the contract hasn't been signed, they believe that the Scottish National Party, if it wins this election, will cancel that contract for the maternity block and the daycare centre. And where are you?
Yes. What will you do?
Well, you can't cancel. You can't cancel projects which are being signed because there'll be default clauses. The Edinburgh Royal Infirmary needs to do an investigation because of the extraordinary financial deal which Donald Dewar and Sam Galbraith had signed. Now, Donald says the doctors are in favour of this.
Other deals in the pipeline?
Well,
will you cancel them?
if contracts have been signed, you can't do anything about it.
If they've not been signed, you can't.
We intend to introduce a public service trust which will crowd out. You say it's unworkable, Donald. Well, the Bank of Scotland has a PFI department. What are they going to say? Don't you understand? We get the money by introducing...
Go and borrow the money. So who's going to pay it back?
We get the money by introducing a public service.
And how are you going to pay it back?
We'll get the money by introducing a public service trust, which is a cheaper, better alternative than the PFI.
And you're going to buy the bridge back. Where's the money going to come by for the bridge? You're going to take it out of the block grant?
Well, it's in our budget.
So you need to take the money in the block grant. So where's the money?
It's in our budgetary proposals. I mean, either you want the Skye Bridge back under a public service trust, or you want to leave it with the Bank of America. I say let's bring it under a public service trust and let's give some justice for the people of Skye.
Jim Wallace.
The question I was going to ask is if the Skye Bridge can revert to public ownership at the end of the payment period, if I think, as I understand, private prisons can actually revert to the public sector after the end of its payment period, why can't some of our hospitals revert? And the other question is, why do we have to enter into contracts, maintenance service contracts that last 25 years, when actually no council that tried to do that would be allowed to get away with it, because I don't think anyone would describe it as best value.
Well, can I just say that I believe it is best value. We looked at it. Well, Alec, we use different methods in different situations. Some of these, like the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary, is a PFI. The Glasgow Royal Maternity is direct funding. The Aberdeen Sick Children's Hospital is another method. The important thing is to get the facilities in place. And can I deal with a very important point that the lady made up there, when she suggested that if you have some sort of private-public partnership, then you get cuts in services, cuts in staff, cuts in acute beds. All these matters remain with the Health Board, and all of them are the result of the professional judgment of the Acute Services Review in Lothian region.
That's not what the doctors say.
That is exactly what the doctors say.
The doctors have said that financial criteria have dominated.
No.
The PFI in Edinburgh Royal Infirmary is costing an assumed interest rate of 10%. No. If any business in Scotland was paying 10%, they wouldn't be long in business. How can that be a good deal?
No, let me just... Lady down here. Can I give you an example of an initiative that does work? Ferryfield. And the chairman who actually was involved in the setting up of Ferryfield in Edinburgh, which deals with old age pensioners. I've been there. I tell you, if I ever have to go into private in terms of residential long-term care because I was unwell and an OAP, I hope I end my resting days there because it's an absolute delight. This lady over here. This lady here. Sorry, this lady over here.
PFI is very akin to inward investment. Why on earth can't we have people in our own policy, our own country, our own investors, investing in our own people and building up the local economies so that we don't have money drifting out of the local economy into the multinationals who are running all these other big consortiums? Why don't we have more faith in our own work people?
I think in relation to PFI, the question is, it seems to be that we can't get the money for public services from the public purse. But I think Tommy Sheridan, in fact, partially answered that question earlier on. Rather than giving £800 million to the rich in order to pay for a hospital which only costs £130 million, we'll get it from another way, and that is to increase tax on the rich. And in relation to PFI, perhaps the government wish to consider that the public funds which have been used to bomb the Balkans might be used to fund public services in Britain, and let the private capitalists fund, under PFI, the bombs that are fired down in Belgrade and all sorts of other places.
Donald Dewar.
I believe you get value for money, and I believe that you get flexibility also in the longer term. Out of public-private partnerships. They shouldn't be the only way of financing, but they're one. But let me just ask Alec, because he did actually, I'm sure mistakenly, answer a different question from what he was asked. I have no wish to ask him to break contracts that are binding. But there are very, very many contracts that have not been signed, but which are public-private partnerships in the health service and in the school service, probably about £1 billion worth. Is he going to allow them to go ahead, or is he going to, in fact, cancel them?
No, we're going to phase in a public service trust and phase out a PFI. We're saying that the public service trust will be a cheaper, better alternative, and people will opt for that rather than the PFI. Now, let me ask you a question, Don. Do you carry your party on this issue? Because the Newsnight survey said that a majority of Labour candidates didn't agree with the Private Finance Initiative, and specifically, is John McCallion on board, he's one of your cabinet, is John McCallion supportive of the PFI or not? Straight question, yes or no?
The cabinet is united, and can I say, the spokespeople group is united. But let me just say, to you that again your use of language is very loose, because there was not a majority in that poll, because the vast majority of people didn't reply to that poll.
No, they didn't know.
No, they didn't. No, they deliberately decided not to. For good reasons. But let me just again say to you that if you are saying that you can get lower interest rates, presumably it is because the government stands behind guaranteeing, that's how you get the lower interest rates. Therefore, there is no transfer of risk. Therefore, you cannot use, as the Bank of Scotland has pointed out, that method. And you are going to do it. You are asking the dishonesty of your position, Alex.
You can set up a trust out with the PSBR. You're going to do it in housing.
The dishonesty. Well, let me just finish the sentence. The dishonesty of Alex Salmond's position is that the dishonesty of his position. He doesn't go on to say that if you take his advice, you'll wait a very long time for the hospitals and the schools that will need.
John McCallion.
We'll take a short break now, but we're back in just a couple of minutes.
Wouldn't it be nice if you could take your time on your mobile? With one-to-one, you can. Because local and national calls are only 10p per minute daytime and 2p per minute evenings and weekends. One to anytime. Take your time, anytime.
Ryvita. Tasty, wholesome, and for a late night snack, here's one I made earlier. Open sesame.
Ryvita, it's the virtually fat-free snack, until it's been all weakened.
Looks like it's hands and knees time, Johnny.
Smoother, firmer feeling skin in just 3 weeks? New L'Oreal Revitalift now contains twice as much Pro-Retinol A. Revitalift reduces the appearance of wrinkles.
My skin is smoother.
Revitalift helps firm facial contours.
My skin feels firmer.
Revitalift, L'Oreal's best-selling anti-wrinkle cream worldwide. Now with a new formula.
L'Oreal, because I'm worth it.
My husband just hates doing the washing, and he needs all the help he can get. Luckily, there's Max from Bosch, a new machine that's got a much bigger drum. So, there's more space for the washing, and this could mean less creasing, less ironing, so less work for me. And when there's loads of washing, we can fit everything in that Daddy leaves behind. Bosch Max. You won't believe your eyes.
Bosch. Excellence comes as standard.
New from Schwarzkopf, Vital Colors, the vibrant permanent colorant for intense color vitality. The fast-acting cream enriched with almond protein and apricot oil. Covers gray hair with radiant color. Vital Colors, intense color, healthy-looking hair. Professional quality from Schwarzkopf.
You always find great ideas at B&Q.
How about put some timber decking down in your garden?
B&Q has everything you need to complete the job. And because B&Q decking has been pressure treated, you know it will last. Imagine this in your garden.
All this decking, under £400. You get brilliant value when you B&Q it.
Get that Friday feeling with Cadbury's Crunchy.
When I tried to buy a mobile phone, just my luck to come across people who didn't seem to care which one I bought, as long as I bought one.
This is the network I recommend.
Is that better for me than Cellnet?
We don't do Cellnet.
Then I talked to Faye at the Carphone warehouse. She asked me some simple questions to find out which phone would be right for me. She knew about all the tariffs, networks and phones, because they're independent. After all the hassle, she made it really easy.
Welcome back to Vote 99 Scotland Debates with the four party leaders. Bernard, who are you with?
I want to take a question from Will Jess. Will Jess. Just over in the corner here, thank you.
Thanks. With the introduction of the new Parliament, we were promised a new Scotland, but does it not seem as if we're heading for the same old grey politics?
Well, the same old grey politics. Let's talk about this issue of the new Scotland. Put a question perhaps to Jim Wallace and to Donald Dewar. Because the other day, Mr. Dewar, when you were asked at a press conference about whether or not there had been a meeting between Labour and Liberal Democrats some 3 years ago to plan a possible agreement and coalition, you said that you were neither prepared to confirm or deny if that meeting took place. Jim Wallace said that indeed the whole idea of that meeting was, quote, dead as a Monty Python parrot. But it appears from comments which Lord Steele has made today that in fact such a meeting did take place and that discussions of that kind took place. Were you not involved in trying to stitch up this election result 3 years ago?
Well, I'll go first. I didn't say that the meeting was as dead as a parrot. I said that any suggestion that at that meeting there had been a suggestion about deals about the Scottish election was as dead as a parrot. It didn't happen. There were no... I've been assured by Paddy Ashdown that it didn't happen. And there are no deals. And it's simple as that. You ask a politician a straight question, I'll give you a straight answer. There are no deals.
Well, that must really be the new politics if we're going to get straight answers. But is it appropriate at all, given that you always say when you're pressed, who will you deal with in coalition? You say, we will let the people decide. We do not wish to even discuss this. We will put our programme to the people. But it does actually appear that you have been talking with another political party before the voters have had the chance to speak. Is that part of the new politics?
There are no deals on the Scottish election. It's an open secret that we talked to the Labour Party. We had the Cook-McLennan talks. Such a secret deal, Bernard, that we actually published its findings. It was made public to the whole country before the last general election. As a result of that, we have delivered. The government has delivered with our party support. It's delivered a Scottish Parliament. It's delivered a Welsh Assembly. It's delivered proportional representation for the European Parliament. It's incorporated into British domestic law the European Convention on Human Rights. Things that Liberals and Liberal Democrats have been campaigning for generations. Okay, that was the nature of it. There were no deals on this election.
Given what you've just said there, then, Secretary of State, you can now answer the question tonight which you dodged at the press conference the other day. The meeting did take place, didn't it?
Well, can I say to you that I didn't dodge any question. I answered the question I was asked. There was no deal done about this election, but there is on public record.
I specifically remember asking you a question, did this meeting take place? And you then answered in the hypothetical. You didn't answer the question with respect.
Can I just say to you that, of course, 3 years ago, when I was in opposition, there was a whole series of very public discussions, followed by a commission, chaired jointly by Robert McLennan and Robin Cook, a published report, and from that came a great deal that was good. What that came was some of the dynamism that allowed the Labour government, in fact, to deliver on devolution. This Parliament is because we delivered. I can remember when the Scot Nats were telling us we couldn't deliver a pizza, never mind the Parliament, and we did so in double quick time. Now, let me say to you, let me just say to you, Bernard, that 3 years ago we weren't thinking about an election of a body that hadn't even arrived. We hadn't even reached agreement on exactly what the devolution scheme should be.
You did have a discussion
we did
about
have a discussion about a pact in the new Parliament. We had
discussions about working together.
Well, there were discussions, and well known to have been discussions over a very lengthy period.
Did you discuss at this meeting the idea of working together in the Scottish Parliament? You didn't discuss
No, but let me just say to you, can I ask you, Bernard, and you seem obsessed with this.
I mean, if you get an answer the other day.
Well, then you're riding your personal hobby horse, I think, to a rather odd way. But can I just say that if we want to know what's what's happening, which is relevant to just...
Secretary, I think voters might wish to know whether or not people are discussing about coalitions before the voting day.
Can I just say to you that I categorically gave you an assurance that there was no such discussions. And can I say, if you want to know about the discussion on possible coalitions and working arrangements, I'm told, I don't know, I read it in the newspapers, that the Deputy Leader of the Scottish National Party met with the Liberal Party campaign manager. Okay, and we are told that was 3 weeks ago.
Right. True or false? Right. Secretary of State.
John Swinney had lunch with Michael Moore before Christmas. Is that a definite enough answer? For, I'm sure they discussed lots of things. But what is in the Mandelson book is the suggestion that at top level, not involving the Scottish leadership incidentally, because it wasn't just Jim Wallace that wasn't there, George Robertson wasn't there either, Donald was Chief Whip at the time, that's why he was there. What's suggested in the Mandelson biography is that the London leadership of the Labour and Liberal parties got together and stitched up the Scottish elections. Now, you can deny it tonight, fair enough, but that is sourced impeccably from inside the new Labour Party. Well, no, wait a minute, Alec. John McIntyre. Alec, let me just let me look you in.
I am being invited to speak. You've had a good shot at it. Who cares? The relevant issue. Who cares? Who said what to whom over a dram 3 years ago at Hogmanay in New Year? What is relevant is today, the election, 7 days from now. Well, okay, maybe it was a soft drink. They were Liberals after all. Anyway, who cares? The relevant issue is Jim's party finally going to get off the fence and tell us who they are or are not going to ally with? Because there's a fundamental contradiction between a party who says on the one hand it supports the United Kingdom and talks with Labour, on the other hand supporting and furthering the separatist agenda of the SNP and trying to make Alex Salmond First Minister. They've got to get off that particular fence and tell people where they stand.
Okay, let's get into the audience. One or 2 points from the audience. Kenyon, right in the front row.
I think I have a confession to make. I met with Donald and Jim about 125 times in the Constitutional Convention. Some were open and some were behind closed doors, but they produced a Scottish Parliament, and I think the people have to remember that that Parliament came out of a consensus.
Were invited to attend and didn't.
But what I want to say, I don't think the important issue is whether there was a meeting or not a meeting. The important issue is whether the people of Scotland...
Here in the Grand Hall in Kilmarnock, the voters are ready with their killer questions for the panel. Tonight we're joined by Henry McLeish, Labour's Deputy Leader in Scotland. He's hoping for victory next week, but as a former footballer, he'll be all too aware of the danger of an own goal tonight. David Steele is a former Liberal leader and a veteran in the battle for devolution. Despite enduring the Commons and the Lords, he wants into another Parliament. But at least he's not lording it over, as in this election he's playing David Steele in the campaign. Annabel Goldie is the Deputy Leader of the Conservatives. She'll be hoping to use her skills, honed as Vice-Chairman of the Salvation Army, to lead the Tories out of the wilderness. John Swinney is the Deputy Leader of the Scottish National Party. He claims to be a financial magician, conjuring up the idea of a penny for Scotland. But he hopes this trick won't make the votes disappear. We can take the first question now, and it comes from Jerry Keegan, who's a member of the Labour Party.
Good evening. With just 6 days to go to the election, why have the SNP still not told us how they are going to pay for the 70 manifesto commitments outlined in their document? Putting up taxes by 1 pence will only raise so much. Can we expect taxes to go up much further?
John Swinney.
Well, one thing's absolutely certain about this election campaign: the SNP has been centre stage, and I'm glad to see we open tonight's programme with a centre stage again. The SNP has put forward a very detailed manifesto for the Scottish Parliament elections that relates to the powers of the Scottish Parliament. Every single manifesto commitment that is in that manifesto has been costed by the SNP, and we've come forward with an initiative to guarantee that there is more resources put into Scottish public services, £690 million from our Penny for Scotland initiative. Now, the Labour Party has tried this trick. They've tried to say that there are manifesto commitments that we haven't costed, but we've taken every one of their 70 charges and rebutted every single
but John
one
Swinney,
of them.
you're an economist. Would you trust anyone who made a policy up, a penny for Scotland, the back of an envelope, hours after a budget,
Well, what it's about is about recognising the choices there are in the finances of
Is that
Scotland
true?
and the United Kingdom.
Would you take a policy made in the back of an envelope?
Well, it's not a policy made in the back of an envelope at all. What it is a policy framed within the context of the budget choices made by the Chancellor. Now, the Chancellor told us that he had £2.5 billion in the public finances that he could distribute for some purpose.
So how quickly did you make that? The voters want to know about the credibility of your economic policies. How quickly, after Gordon Brown sat down, did you make the decision for a penny for Scotland?
Well, the final initiative that the final decision the SNP took about the Penny for Scotland initiative was taken democratically by our members at an annual conference in Aberdeen on the Saturday after the budget, where we
No,
had
it was
decided,
made before that.
But we as a party democratically took that decision. And unlike the Labour Party, we take our orders in Scotland, we don't take them from London.
Well, Henry McLeish, what is the point of having the ability to vary taxation if you were saying that heavier taxation is bad for Scotland and that the SNP is irresponsible?
Well, what we're saying, Kirsty, is simply this, that we put the Scottish variable rate in the Scotland Act. Scotland voted for it on September 11th in the referendum. That's absolutely right. And it is up for the parties to decide if they want to use it. What we are saying just now is that we've got an expenditure programme over the next 3 years of £4 billion in the key areas of education, health and housing. The Chancellor has got the finances absolutely sound. We have interest rates which are low, we have inflation which is low, and of course we're looking towards giving people a fair deal in Scotland. There's no point in helping Scots by hurting them, because the key issue in this election is when the Nationalists talk about a penny for Scotland. Remember, it's a hard hit of £250 for the average Scottish taxpayer. We simply don't think that is required.
You say it's going to be damaging, and yet Jim Stevens, who comes from this neck of the woods, who's on the national executive of the Labour Party and who's standing as a candidate, says it would not be damaging. A penny for Scotland would not be damaging. He's on your national executive.
That's an opinion, Kirsten. I'm just basically
so
saying
okay
that well, it is a situation, John, where we're saying that with a £4 billion expenditure programme, with the Chancellor able to cut tax at the UK level by 1 pence, a starting rate of 10 pence for the lower paid, surely that combination of sound finances, public investment and lower taxes, that's the way forward.
Well, let's hear a bit from the audience now. Yes, the gentleman in the spec, and then the gentleman on the left-hand side. First of all, yes.
Yes, Hugh Kerr, member of the European Parliament and member of the Scottish Socialist Party. I think the real irony about the penny for Scotland is actually it shows how trivial it is between the four main parties. The truth is that the rich in Scotland and the rich in Britain did extraordinarily well out of 18 years of Tory government, and that we have the lowest taxes on the rich and the lowest corporation taxes of any country in Europe.
Thank you very much.
And the real question for the Labour Party is why it's being so timid and adopting Tory public expenditure plans as it has done for the past 2 years.
Thank you very much. The gentleman...
Scotland needs investment in its public services, in its houses, its schools, its hospitals. We must be prepared to put up tax in the short term to pay for that. The Green Party, for example, wants to eliminate the dire state of our housing. We need short-term investment for that. It's a simple statement.
Annabel Godey, let's pick that up with you. The Conservatives, particularly Peter Lilly, William Hague, Francis Maud are now talking about investment in public services, showing that the Conservative Party has a commitment to public services. Isn't what the gentleman saying right, that if you have to have taxes increased to pay for that, you should be prepared to increase taxes?
I think it depends on assessment of the circumstances. I think what William Hague has been doing is absolutely right. The Conservative Party has always been committed to these services, but he felt the perception was different, and I applaud him for clarifying the position. But what he also very rightly recognises is that if you, again, it goes back to this basic question of tax. Now, you can very easily kill the goose that lays the golden egg. And you do not have money for any expenditure on the public sector or anywhere else unless you have a buoyant, prosperous economy. You don't have that unless you have a general economic situation where business wants to be and new business wants to come. So it has to be a question of generating a prosperous economy, and that will provide the wealth for distribution to these areas which you are rightly so concerned about.
Well, taxes played so far in this election is certainly going to play in the next 6 days. We must move on now and take a question from Robert Graham from the Pro-Life Alliance. Robert Graham.
Kirsty, in view of the fact that 12,000 unborn Scottish babies
are killed by abortion every year as a result of the 1967 Abortion Act. Would the panel agree that control of abortion legislation should be devolved to the new Parliament, and that it would be of great credit to Scotland if the practice of abortion were outlawed and the right to life extended to all our citizens, including the unborn?
A question, two parts, David Steele.
Well, firstly, we had a debate on this in the Lords, and most of my party voted for the return of the legislation to Scotland. We don't see any case for having this as a retained issue at Westminster. But that's been decided. I mean, that argument was lost, but the answer to your question is I would agree that it ought to be within the power of the Scottish Parliament. On the substance of the issue, of course, people tend to forget now, because we're in 1999, what life was like in 1967 and before, when we had an appalling record of criminal abortion, self-induced abortion, 30 to 50 women a year in the UK dying each year as a result of botched abortions. The public wards of every hospital clogged with women who are in there for repair for incomplete, septic and incomplete abortion, it was called. All that's been removed. Now, you may disagree with abortion, but if you're going to have abortion, all I'm saying is it's better to have it safe and legal than dangerous and illegal.
The Scottish Parliament can decide on euthanasia. Technically, it can decide on the death penalty, though there are very many hoops to go through. But New Labour doesn't think the Scottish electorate can be trusted to deal with abortion policy.
No, Kirsty. I mean, I think the issue is too serious for that kind of comment, because certainly in the House of Commons, certainly in the House of Commons, when we were shaping the bill, and I was involved with Donald Dewar before it went to David in the Lords, we thought long and hard about the issue. And why we decided to keep it as a reserve matter at Westminster was to have a consistency of policy throughout the United Kingdom, because we are part of the United Kingdom. We didn't want a situation where we're going to have cross-border traffic developing. So in a sense, Kirsty, it was not a slight on the Scots. It was simply on medical and in relation to this question of inter-country transfer of the issue.
Let's just be quite clear on this. You say you want a consistency of policy between the Scottish Parliament and Westminster on this issue. You don't mind if there's an inconsistency of policy on this and Westminster on euthanasia. That just absolutely doesn't seem coherent.
What I'm saying, Kirsty, is because it's not an issue, this was not looked upon as a political issue. It's far too serious, and I agree with David entirely about the reason why we've got
David wanted it back for
Scotland. The second part of his answer. There wasn't a party issue. And that was crucially important. It was taken on what you might regard as narrow ground, but to avoid cross-border traffic on something which could clearly develop. Now, it wasn't a political issue, it wasn't ideological, it wasn't a slight against Scotland. There was a long debate within the government on that issue, and I think we've come up with the right solution.
The first part is a political issue, surely, because there isn't parity across the United Kingdom as it is, so it was a political issue not to give it to the Scottish Parliament.
No, you're talking about two issues. One is, if you're talking about facilities and that we have throughout the United Kingdom, they could vary in quality. That's a difference, Kirsty, from the point of view of saying that Scotland should have a different set of laws from England, Wales, and England and Wales on this issue. So I think the right decision was taken. But of course, what you have is a situation where if it's not ideological or political, it should be done on the basis of sound technical reasons. I think that was the right decision.
Annabel Goldie, the Conservatives also wanted to be a power for the Scottish Parliament. But are you sure that a Scottish Parliament would have made abortion more restrictive than it is now? Are you sure they would have taken automatically a different line? Henry McLeish seems to be concerned there would be a different line.
I think that is a matter entirely for the Scottish Parliament. It's very difficult to
Unfortunately,
anticipate.
it's not.
Well, it's very difficult to predict what their view would have been, Kirsty. And I think that in an area which is so sensitive as this one, and in respect of which people have so many deep and very cogent feelings, I do feel it is important to understand why the law is there in the first place. I entirely endorse what David has said. I speak as a solicitor in Glasgow, and I have to tell you that before David's bill became law in the 1960s, the situation which existed was absolutely appalling, absolutely unacceptable, and I hope it is never repeated in this country.
But don't you also see an inconsistency with some of the devolved powers and some of the reserve powers? That actually very, very strong moral issues, like euthanasia, can be discussed by MSPs. But abortion can't. I mean, there seems to be no pattern.
I think there is, and in an issue like this, a certain need for consistency. I must be quite honest about that. And I do feel that Henry has a valid point when he says in relation to the United Kingdom, and you must remember that we have members of the medical profession who travel between Scotland and England. They have to observe the laws as it exists. They have to apply the law as it exists. I think this is a very difficult area where I feel at the moment consistency is extremely important.
Well, before I come to John Swinney, I want to take some views from the audience. Young women at the back, and then the young women on the other side. Thank you.
Surely the members of the Scottish Parliament are here to represent the people of Scotland as choice. They want their choice. And is it right that people in Westminster should be deciding whether people in Scotland should have abortions? Surely in hospitals, people in abortion clinics shows that the amount of people that want or need to have an abortion should be allowed to have it in Scotland, and it should be decided in Scotland.
Okay. View from the woman on the other side. Yes, you have.
I think we should trust the Scottish electorate to be able to return a parliament that will enshrine a woman's right to choose, and that should be within the remit of the parliament.
Thank you very much. Okay, come back to John Swinney. If abortion law was tightened in Scotland, wouldn't you be concerned about cross-border abortion trade, much as Henry McLeish is?
Well, I think the issue is to go back to the point about whether the Scottish Parliament should have province in this issue is about the maturity of debate within the Scottish Parliament and the Scottish electorate. And, you know, I would choose for the Parliament in Scotland to be able to resolve many issues that are all of the reserved issues that are currently retained by Westminster through an independent Scottish Parliament, to give people in Scotland the choice over a whole range of policy areas. And I think we, by the way in which we elect the Parliament, by the way in which we conduct a mature debate in Scotland, we should be able to address these issues and to consider all of the factors which you rightly raise in your question, Kirsty, which are legitimate issues about the potential for cross-border trafficking if there was a different legislative issue. That would be an issue for the Scottish Parliament to consider. It would be one of the factors that would have to be borne in mind before the Parliament took its final decision on that particular issue. So it's about trusting the Parliament and trusting the electorate to elect a Parliament that will act in its interests and the interests of the people of Scotland.
Well, isn't that the case? You just don't trust the Scottish people. You have in your mind what might happen in the Scottish Parliament, and therefore you deny it the chance to have that vote.
Not at all, Kirsty. I mean, because in a sense we could widen this debate this evening, because we could talk about an area like drugs, where the definition of what is a different class of drug will be a reserved matter at Westminster. Again, a huge debate around that. Not one of Scotland versus England in terms of trust. They also have the situation in terms of guns, because what we've got is an attempt to have consistency. And the Scotland Act, Kirsty, is an excellent document. It's a great balance of devolved and reserved matters, but on those issues there was certainly never any intention to say Scots couldn't be trusted to decide this issue. There were overwhelming arguments within the United Kingdom to keep the position as it was.
Do you think there was overwhelming arguments, David Steele?
The one argument that the government put in both houses of Parliament when this was debated was that you could get an undesirable cross-border traffic. Supposing the law were restricted in Scotland, you'd have traffic down the way. If it was made more liberal, then that you'd have the traffic coming the other way.
But that happens in Northern Ireland already, David Steele.
That's what I was going to say, because there is some evidence that because we get a lot of women coming over from Northern Ireland and from the Republic of Ireland because their laws are tighter. So Henry's worry about that, the government's worry, has some justification. But my argument with them is, do you think the Scots Parliament is so feeble that it wouldn't be able to take that into account when framing the law? Of course, they should be trusted to do it themselves. It shouldn't be left to Westminster.
Thank you very much indeed. I just wanted to have a quick word with the questioner and see what you made of people's replies. Very briefly, please.
Well, I'm very disappointed with the response of our panel, to be quite honest with you. I felt that the new Scottish Parliament was a real opportunity to do something radical, to set up a real radical institution away from the Westminster Parliament. And I feel that if we're going to have a soundly based Scottish Parliament, then it must be based on the right to life. That is the basis of all human rights, is the right to life, and it must be based on that. If it's not, then I don't think it'll be a success.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we can take a question. It comes from Charles Booth from the Scottish Green Party. Your question, please.
The Scottish people were promised a new politics to go with their new parliament. Instead, we've seen the same old characters rehearsing the same old arguments in the same old aggressive Westminster style with backroom deals we've seen this week. Has anything changed?
Henry McLeish.
I think it has changed. I'm probably one of the old characters you're talking about in your, in your question. But in the run-up to the, after the Scotland Act, we got together a consultative steering group, which had all party representation. And that really set...
Minus the Greens.
My apologies for that. But I think you would have concluded with us that the document was a very good one. It was about a new politics. It was about a blueprint for a parliament that would work differently from Westminster. It was about family-friendly hours. It was a horseshoe-shaped parliament. It was about electronic voting. So in that practical sense, we've set out a way that parliament in Edinburgh will be different. But secondly, I don't think we should judge what will happen after May the 7th with the kind of hurly-burly, the cut and thrust we see on the hustings here in Scotland. There are lots of passionate views. There's a lot of passionate views, Kirsty, about issues, but I believe that the new Parliament does provide a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make things different, and I have no reason to doubt that tonight every one of the panellists will say it will be different because Scotland's hopes are riding on it.
Right, well, as a testament to that, this idea that there's going to be a new way, in the latest biography of Peter Mandelson, the story of the 1996 meeting at the home of the current Lord Chancellor, and part of the agreements that were reached at that meeting, and Paddy Ashdown was there and Donald Dewar was there, that they would work towards a Lib-Lab coalition in a Scottish Parliament in the event of no Labour majority. Is that true or not?
It's completely untrue, and I think David will come in at the back of me and say that, and I think that James Wallace said that he could rubbish it with all the skill that he could muster. I'm sure David will as well. It's simply not the case. So I don't think we should be distracted, Kirsty, by people talking to each other. There are no pacts.
No, we mustn't have that.
No deals. There are no deals, and we face a situation where we are in this election to win as many seats as we can and have an overall majority. That is the aspiration of all the other parties.
David, I know you're going to agree with Henry McLeish that a specific deal wasn't done.
I do occasionally.
I think probably more than occasionally. But, I mean, you've always said that there has been, in a sort of romantic way, an understanding.
When you look at me like that, Kirsty, how can I? No. The truth is, we published a document after these talks. Of course there were discussions. There were discussions about constitutional change, including the programme for getting the legislation following the Constitutional Convention onto the statute book early in the life of a new government if there was a change of government. We were quite open about it. We even published a document afterwards. So for the SNP to call them secret talks, if they were secret, we would never have published a document saying what we were going to do. What I can tell you absolutely is that those discussions never went on to say what would happen after people have voted in the Scottish elections. We can't say around this table what will happen because it is for the MSPs, once they're elected, to get together and discuss how to form a stable government.
But I want to push you on this because you of all people, are people. You were there when the Lib-Lab Pact came around. Jim Wallace has, not ruled out doing business with anybody. But in an article in The Guardian, you were very hostile to the Nationalists, and you listed a whole variety of reasons why you couldn't work with them.
No.
Is that still the case?
I listed a variety of reasons why it was difficult to work with them. Right? I mean, and the
language is all.
One we've already discussed, which was how you can suddenly change the tax policy within 10 minutes of the Chancellor sitting down. That makes it very difficult to work with a party, but it's not impossible. I analysed also how it could be difficult to work with the Labour Party. But these difficulties have got to be overcome. We've got a PR parliament. Nobody's likely to have an overall majority. The politicians have got to talk to each other, and that's why my answer to the question is politics is going to be different in Scotland.
What's your personal preference in terms of someone to work with?
I don't wish to choose between the two ugly sisters. I would rather have the Cinderella.
Well, Cinderella in terms of votes might be the Conservatives. But don't there's lots of hands up here in the audience, and I'm going to come out to you straight away, but I just want, don't you think the Scottish electorate is entitled, because this is a new politics, it is about coalition politics, it may well be, it may well not. Don't you think the electorate has got a right to say, if I put my tick in the Liberal Democrat box, I do want to know what you're going to do?
Well, I've told you what we're going to do. We're going to talk to whichever party is the largest number of seats in the Parliament. That's the correct democratic thing to do. Doesn't mean to say we have to do a deal with them, but that's the first thing that you do after the election.
Right, well, let's take a variety of views from the audience. The young man down here, please. Yes.
I don't think we should really be desperately surprised that the new politics hasn't come to fruition. After all, the SNP and Conservatives showed they had no stomach for cooperation when they took no part in the Scottish Constitutional Convention.
Thank you very much. And the young woman with the lilac top in the front row. Yes, your question, please.
Kirsty, it wasn't just about the coalition politics, it's also about new political parties getting elected to the Parliament. I'm from the Scottish Socialist Party, and I've got to laugh at democracy. We initially got banned, but also we've been given absolutely no access, us or the Greens or anyone else, and Tommy Sheridan is the most likely at the moment of any other party to get elected.
Thank you very much.
Why not? I want to ask the politicians, wouldn't you prefer if some of the smaller parties, like the Scottish Socialist Party and the Greens, were invited onto the panels as an extension of democracy to break this four-party free market hold?
Well, we'll talk about that. Maybe in a moment I'll be asking the other two parliamentarians whether they would work with your party, but let me take a view. The young man in the white shirt, please, and the specs. Yes.
I would like to ask, is constitutional change really desirable for a new form of politics?
If it's just going to be the same as the old form, you mean?
Because proportional representation and a horseshoe-shaped parliament both bring to mind Weimar Germany. And we know what happened to that parliament, don't we?
Right, thank you very much. And yes, can I have, yes, the boy from Grange Academy and also the young woman at the top. Yes, your question, please.
If the Labour Party really do have a new way for this new Parliament, I don't think we've heard about it, because their entire campaign, along with the Tory Party, has been a negative campaign, slurring the SNP rather than giving us information about their own campaign.
Right, well, let's just take the young woman up at the back just now. Yes, please.
The gentleman at the front mentioned that one of the objectives when drawing up the new constitution was that no party had an overall majority. I was just wondering if you see PR as a fair representation of the Scottish people, because PR gives heed to coalition governments, as we saw with Liberal Democrats at the beginning of this century, and we've seen in many countries, and it's always been a failure because smaller parties obviously aren't voting into the Parliament because they're not the major choice.
Well, thank you very much. Let's just turn to Annabel Godey, because Conservatives were originally against PR, but PR actually might be your saving grace in the Scottish Parliament.
Well, we take the comforts that are offered to us, and
I'm still waiting for a letter of thanks.
this is a system which has been created, and of course, as a political party in Scotland, we'll work with that system.
And as the woman said in the front row, she would like to know whether you would work with people like the Socialist Labour Party, the Scottish Socialist Party, the Greens.
No, I think what she did ask was, would we like her to be up on this platform? And why I have to say to you that just yesterday...
Right, let's
wait
talk
a minute,
about...
This lady has asked a very relevant question, and I think it should be dealt with. Only yesterday, I had a marvellous hustings meeting where I was one of 7, including your party, and it was the most lively affair imaginable.
Annabel Godey, tell me about the kind of politics that's being promoted during this campaign, because it may have been Labour that are setting the negative tone, as we heard from the back there, but do you think the Conservatives have been negative? If I can just say some of the things you've been saying. You put Alex Salmond as a Teletubby in La La Land. You said Blair for Blair and FCUK tuition fees. And do you think this is the kind of campaign we should have from the Conservatives?
Well, these are not so much campaigns as the medium. The medium
this is
for
negative campaigning.
This is what you call the medium for the message. I think what's extremely
not
important.
Not a message from a medium.
Not a message from a medium, but what I think is terribly important is the message. And I did listen with interest to your point, because it came from a school pupil up there. You know, I'd have thought abolition of tuition fees, Conservative initiative, would have been music to your ears. I really would have done.
But it's the language people are concerned about.
That is a positive policy commitment. I would have thought that our proposals for education in general would have been music to your ears. I'd have thought that our whole approach to trying to improve the health service would have been music to your ears. And if you've got younger brothers and sisters, I'd have thought the guaranteed place for 4-year-olds of nursery education would have been music to your ears.
Just before I move off you, when you look back at this campaign, would you feel, from your point of view as a Conservative, that negative campaigning is here to stay?
No, I don't think so.
Just in this election?
I don't think so. I think you've got to acknowledge in politics, and this is one of the ironies of life, the 4 of us, believe it or not, are all wanting the same thing for Scotland.
Oh, John Spinney.
The 4 of us. The 4 of us are all wanting a good Scotland. We have different ways politically of thinking how we can achieve that.
John Spinney, what about the kind of campaign? What people are out here saying is we want to see evidence of the new politics.
Well, I think in any election campaign, some tough things are going to be said and some tough campaigns are going to be operated. And I think what parties have got to do is to put forward messages that they can be proud of at the end of the election campaign. I certainly will look back on this campaign and very proud of the positive message the SNP's put forward. I think there will be a lot of people in the Labour Party asking themselves what on earth they've done in this election campaign, how they've destroyed some of the hopes of people in Scotland in the duration of this election campaign. Now, what's important...
No, you've made an attack on Henry McLeish. Henry McLeish.
I don't think it's a negative
assisted by the tabloid papers.
I don't think it's negative when you take the SNP policy that they will not talk about divorce from the United Kingdom. If we raise it, surely in a democracy, we should be spelling out to people in Scotland what the consequences are. If that's negative, we've certainly been doing it, but I think we've been doing an invaluable service to this debate in the process of being involved in.
Do you think that in years to come, you'll be proud of that party political broadcast that Labour put out at the start of this campaign, which was one of the most negative party political broadcasts we've seen?
We are committed. We are committed to it. I wouldn't criticise it, because if you've looked at the programme that we've adopted, we had a very positive campaign. It's about policies, and if you take the five pledges, which are closest to the interests of the Scottish people, we are talking about drugs. We're talking about apprenticeships, we're talking about education, we're talking about health, and we're talking about no tax rises. These are very positive issues that we've been involved in, day out. And what I would say to the SNP is simply this. If it's such an important event that on May the 7th, if you have an SNP majority, you're going to file for divorce, why was it then only the 11th pledge, tucked away in 37 pages, which said we'll have a referendum during the 4 years? It's been a dishonest campaign, John, and we have every right as a party to expose you.
Why wasn't it right at the top?
You know, you've heard the pejorative language of Henry McLeish, which has underpinned the whole election campaign the Labour Party has fought. What we've done in this election campaign has been very clear. We have concentrated on the Parliament that the people of Scotland voted in a referendum to elect. And we've set out a policy programme that relates to the devolved functions of the Scottish Parliament, all the areas of policy that can be influenced by the Parliament, and we've said to people, if you want to move on, if you want to have some further change, we can have a referendum on independence if that's the wish of the Scottish people. What the Labour Party has done is tried to run away from the responsibilities of the Scottish Parliament, hide behind control of their campaign from London, and to put forward a programme that has been so thin on the ground and attacks that have been so ferocious, so vicious that the Labour Party should be ashamed of them. And what we will see is a positive response from the people in this election.
David Steele.
At the start of this election, Jim Wallace said it was very important that we didn't allow the voices of the loudest to drown out those who talk most common sense. And I think the electorate is going to resist allowing that to happen. And I think the second vote is all important. Everybody should remember that. And I hope that Mr. Sheridan, and indeed someone from the Green Party, actually gets elected to this Parliament so that it represents the whole breadth of Scottish public opinion. I really believe that's important.
When it comes to the 7th of May...
I'm not saying going to form a coalition with them, but...
Well, you're not going to say that, but tell me, people want to know what policies are the most precious to you. Are all policies up for negotiation when it comes to a possible coalition?
Yes, but the most... We've already said that health and education are the two priorities, and if I may pick up something Annabelle said...
So tuition fees are not up for grabs?
Tuition fees is the most important example I can give you of something that will definitely happen in the new Parliament. If Labour fails to get an overall majority, there will not be a parliamentary majority for maintaining tuition fees. They will go, whether it's a minority government or a coalition.
If I can just ask on your shopping list, if I can ask you on your shopping list...
I don't have a shopping list. Well, okay. I have a manifesto, and the more of the manifesto will go in, the more Liberal Democrats are elected. That's all we can say at the moment.
But can you say, if, as a veteran of a Lib Lab pact before, will you be looking for a minister in every department?
We haven't even begun to think about that. That's not the issue. The issue is not who sits in what seats. The issue is what policies are going to be pursued by the Scottish Parliament. The more Liberal Democrats we have, the more of our manifesto will be in the government programme. That's all we can say.
If you do not reach the magic number of a majority of 65, say you get around 60, do you think you will be minded to go it alone and see what happens rather than reach out a hand to a particular party?
Well, I think like David, Kirsty, first of all, our focus is on the next 7 days. But clearly, on the night of the election and the day after, we'll have to look at what the state of the parties is. And I think it'd be very strange if we were now to be starting discussing on this programme what the details might be of any consultations with anyone after May the 7th. But I think it's important to reinforce David's point. This is a unique election for us, the first one in 300 years for a Scottish general election. The public will decide. And when we're talking about PR, for example, which was raised, this is fascinating because, in a sense, we built that into the Scotland Act. We know that it can have some predictions which are not, forecastable. And so therefore, on May the 7th, Scotland will have a chance to reflect on the votes they've made, and I think all the parties should wait until that particular point to decide what they would want to do next.
Thank you very much indeed. With that, we will move on to a question from Jim Fitzsimmons, who's a redundant miner. Your question, please.
Since the closure of the mines in our area, which is the Cumnock area, no party seems to have eased their unemployment status, now the highest in Britain. Are any of the
You don't think any party has a
candidates
policy?
are capable of doing something about it or helping us?
Are the Conservatives capable of helping unemployment? It's a particularly bad area, but unemployment is high here.
Well, I think it goes back to the point I made earlier, that the whole key to trying to solve unemployment and try and minimise the consequences that are so grievous following unemployment are to create a good economy, try and get new industry in, try and keep new industry here. And I think the best we can offer is that you create a stable, healthy Scottish economy. Now, going back to taxes, we don't think you'll do that by varying the tax rate, by making Scotland more highly taxed than the rest of the United Kingdom.
But presumably the question is, you would have rather the mines hand closed. You think there was a viable reason for keeping the mines open?
Oh, Margaret decided they were to be closed, and that was it, dear.
Margaret decided they were to be closed, and that was it. Was Margaret Thatcher wrong to make the decision to close the mines?
I don't think Margaret Thatcher made the decision to close
Well, the Conservatives.
You're a conservative and you say you don't think Margaret Thatcher made the decision. Come on.
I say that I think the prevailing economic climate at the time made the decision, the future demand for coal made the decision, and the competitiveness of the mining industry that existed made the decision.
No, you created the demand for less coal. Your party created demand for less coal, dear.
Right. Henry McLeish, latest CBI survey says manufacturing is at its lowest level for 20 years and it's contracting very fast. You know, we take the particular problem for this area, we take the uncertainty for this area, and we say that manufacturing is contracting, and Scotland's in a very bad position.
Well, if we look across unemployment, first of all, I think all the panel would agree that unemployment, no matter where it exists, in my constituency in Kilmarnock, is something we've got to tackle very, very seriously.
But are the policies right for Scotland?
I think the policies are, and if I could just explain where I think we've got to. One of the intentions after the election was to make sure within the United Kingdom we had some sound public finances. We're now seeing that in terms of inflation, in terms of interest rates, which is good for the stability. But I think what we've got to address now is what we can do within the Scottish Parliament to address some of those issues. What our party is suggesting is this. First of all, we've got to reinforce the skills base. Everywhere I go, people want to see apprenticeships. That's why we want 20,000. Secondly, we have got an investment programme in our health service and in education which will deliver 5,000 care workers, 5,000 classroom assistants, 10,000 construction workers.
Henry McLeish, the pound is too strong, and interest rates are twice the European average. That does not help manufacturing in this country.
The point is, the sound financial basis that I've outlined is the best bet for the future. That's absolutely right. But what we've got to do, if we're taking this Parliament seriously, we've got to look at, for example, youth unemployment has been halved under New Deal. 7,000 young Scots now in a productive job. We're talking about apprenticeships. We're talking about the creation of 100,000 new businesses over 10 years. There is no magic wand that you can wave, Kirsty.
John's saying this is international conditions, and in fact, the SNP wouldn't be in any better position, for example, to keep the mines open, never mind do anything beyond what Henry McLeish is doing.
Well, there's obviously international conditions that affect particular enterprises, and the Caverna situation is one example of that. But, you know, you cannot look at the economy of Scotland just now and say that we've got the right economic medicine. We have high interest rates, double the level in the European zone where most of our competitors are. I was at a company in Cumbernauld today talking to me about the difficulties of a 30% appreciation in sterling and what that does to their competitiveness and their ability to export. You go around Scotland seeing businesses that are trying their best to make their way in the world, but they find that the Chancellor's medicine, designed to suit economic conditions in the southeast of England, where there is overheating, where there hasn't been in Scotland, we're getting medicine dished out to Scotland, which we don't need, we don't require, and unemployment in Scotland is still going up when it's going down in the rest of the United Kingdom, and that's a disaster for Scotland.
I would like, before I go to the audience at this point, I'd just like to ask you answer Jim Fitzsimmons' point. Would the SNP have kept the mines open, and how much would it have cost you?
Well, if you look at the circumstances that happened to the mining industry, a disaster that happened over 15 years ago, you saw a whole sequence of policy changes being undertaken in terms of the switch to nuclear power, in relation to the diversion into imported coal, to inappropriate policies in terms of investment in the coal industry. Those were the symptoms of disaster, and they were wreaked on Scotland by the Conservative government, and Annabel cannot escape the responsibility for the economic conditions, just like Gordon Brown can't escape the responsibility for the economic conditions that he's inflicted on Scotland.
Would you have kept that mine open for that gentleman?
Well, what is important?
No, never mind.
What's important is that people in Scotland are aware that the prevailing economic conditions in Scotland are being put upon us by a government that is focusing on the south of England economy and the conditions that exist there and that don't exist here in Scotland.
I want to say three things quickly on this subject. First of all, the gentleman is right. We all know that the Tory government under Margaret Thatcher had a prejudice against the mines and the railways, and we suffered from the lack of investment. But what we can't do is go back and say, well, if we'd been there, we'd have done things differently, and so on and so on. We're within the situation we are in now. Now, the Scottish Parliament is limited by one thing. It cannot control what will be the decision on joining the euro. And one of the things that would get the economy really moving again would be a clear commitment from the government that they are going to join the euro and that we would stop suffering the extra interest rates and the high value of the pound. And the third thing I want to say is that I am absolutely convinced,
but if it doesn't come, that's an argument for independence.
The third point I'm making is that regardless of the political composition of the Parliament, I'm very optimistic from the discussions that I've had overseas that the very effect of the Scottish Parliament is going to be to galvanise much more economic activity here, as it has done in Catalonia since the Parliament was resolved.
Is that not an argument? Is that not an argument for stronger powers for the Scottish Parliament?
Of course, I want as much power as we can get for the Scottish Parliament. I don't believe in separation and independence, that's not necessary, but let the Scottish Parliament flex its muscles once it's there.
Go straight out to the audience now. Yes, rule of the Green Party in the front row, Mrs. Coyne.
Talk as if unemployment is inevitable. We don't believe there's any need for unemployment in Scotland in the future if we direct our economic policies appropriately. And some of the ways the Greens think we could restore employment to Scotland is by a massive programme of home insulation so everyone lives in a warm house in Scotland, reinstating our once proud rail network throughout the country, converting farming practices so that organic agriculture is promoted and reforesting takes place, and putting an emphasis on local businesses instead of being tied into global economics.
You should come and join my party. Reciting manifesto is wonderful.
Thank you. The gentleman behind you. The gentleman behind, please.
Can I ask the panel, Kirsty, what plans they would have to reduce the transportation costs that we have in Scotland? As we're in the periphery of Scotland, how can we keep Scottish industry competitive with the taxation costs that we have at the moment?
Right, the gentleman behind now, please.
Thanks, Kirsty. John Swinney was asked a question by a working man. He's trying to come across as a friend of the working man. He hasn't answered the question, but what I would like to ask John Swinney is, if he's such a friend of the working man, why didn't he and his colleagues sit in the House of Commons and vote through the national minimum wage?
John Swinney.
Well, the SNP's made quite clear its support for the national minimum wage, and at different stages of the parliamentary process we have voted for the national minimum wage, and that's part of the parliamentary record. Can I address the point the gentleman raised there about the situation in relation to transportation costs? Because in rural areas of Scotland and throughout the Scottish economy, there is now a punitive burden being applied onto companies and individuals, where in rural areas there's absolutely no alternative but to use cars, where the price of goods are going up in our shops, and that's a tax put on Scotland by the Labour Chancellor without a second thought for the impact on the Scottish economy. And what we've got to do in the Scottish Parliament, and I hope the different parties that voted against the fuel duty, and I was there on Tuesday night to vote against the fuel duty increases in the House of Commons, will come together and make sure we maximise the pressure on the Chancellor to make sure there is not a further single increase in the fuel duty escalator or an application, because it will be a disaster for the rural areas of Scotland if that is applied.
Do you agree with that, David Steele?
I do, but I also think I think we need to go a stage further. I think the new Parliament's got to get to grips with the oil companies and stop them putting extra prices onto the rural areas, because they're the ones that are hardest hit.
Stop the escalator now.
I think we should, yes.
Stop
I think it's gone far
now.
enough. It's gone far enough.
Take a litre of diesel, for instance. It's 51 pence tax.
That's right.
A litre of diesel costs about 9-10 pence to produce. It's not the oil companies that are making the money. It's the government that see us as a rich, dripping roads.
Annabel Goldie, do you say stop the escalator now?
Yes, I mean, an escalator means there is a top point. We think the top point has been gone over, and we think the point has been reached where your industry is in free fall with disastrous consequences. I mean, the Tories have said in their manifesto they are more than sympathetic to the freight industry. We've promised a whole raft of road improvements. We do feel that what's been happening in terms of imposition of petrol tax to a country like Scotland, we can't help our geography. We can't help the fact that we have remote areas served only by roads. We think we're being penalised by this government.
And we're also an oil-rich country as well.
Henry McLeish, this may turn out to be one of the most unpopular policies that your party has to defend during this election.
Yeah. Well, I think, Kirsty, what I would say is that, first of all, if we take the fuel and the situation that's been described, that's certainly still a matter for Westminster. But I think it's got to be looked at in the round in relation to transportation.
You're a government minister. You have it in your power.
Well, we don't have it within our power in the Scottish Parliament.
Well, is that our problem?
Well, exactly.
No, because it's the matter that's been agreed in the Scotland Act.
So what, can I ask
if I could answer the question.
Say we're in a situation, Henry, in the Scottish Parliament in due course, that the Chancellor is going through his pre-budget consultation. Will you join with the three parties that voted against the fuel duty escalator on Tuesday night and lobby the Labour Chancellor in London not to apply a fuel duty escalator in the future?
We've undertaken at the present time, we're involved.
But will you do that? Will you do something different?
Will you do something different? Just wait a minute, Johnson.
We will
you make this a chance to do something different in Scotland?
In the Scottish Parliament to consider issues which are coming to us from people and organisations in Scotland. The Parliament will, no, John, that's unfair. The Parliament will not have it as a devolved responsibility, but there is no doubt that the Parliament will be discussing with Westminster and expressing their views. And of course, the Labour Party will be listening and responding. But Kirsty, let me also say that transportation is one of the biggest issues facing Scotland.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we'll wait to see if you're at the top of the escalator. Moving on now to question 5, and it comes from Margaret Cook, who's a retired nursing sister.
If you were marooned on Ailsa Craig, who in Scottish politics would you choose to keep you company, and why?
Who in Scottish politics would you choose to keep you company, if anybody, and why? Annabel Goldie.
It would have to be somebody from the Green Party so that it would survive, I think.
Henry McLeish.
Well, I think I would say, and it's interesting because it's a follow-on from the previous question, and maybe I could do some use when I'm talking to him, would be the Chancellor of the Exchequer. And the reason for that is not so much to discuss taxation policy or the fuel escalator, would be to look at Scottish football. Gordon Brown, the Chancellor, is an expert on that, and quite frankly, that would be a good combination on a desert island, at least for a small bit of time.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's pick up some people from the audience here. If you were on Ailsa Craig, who would you have with you? Yes, the man at the second front row, first of all.
I wouldn't like to be marooned there myself, but I'd be rather tempted to maroon Tony Blair with Sonny Bean.
I would take any MSP who would be willing to travel down the M77 to get there and try and survive it.
And the young woman on the left?
It would definitely have to be someone from the Green Party so that Ailsa Craig wasn't polluted as the rest of Scotland's becoming.
Thank you very much indeed. And the gentleman with the spectacles on, yes?
I think we should put all the government ministers on Ailsa Craig and tell them how to speak with a Scottish accent again.
Right. The gentleman at the back of the audience, yes?
I'd like to be marooned with you, Kirsty.
And the gentleman there with the young man with the shirt and tie and spectacles, yep.
I reckon it would definitely have to be Dennis Canavan to try and get him out of New Labour's hair, because they obviously can't cope with them himself.
And also Mr. Fitzsimmons.
It'd have to be the guy that made the logo for the Labour Party, a rose, the Scottish Labour Party with a rose, I think we should send him out there and leave him.
Thank you very much. David Steele, who would you like to be moved with in the Scottish political...
Well, I want to make a claim which I don't think anyone else will deny, and that is I'm the only politician who is here who's actually been on Ailsa Craig. And I left it without any other company. There you are.
And you'd rather just have yourself for company?
No, I'm not as selfish as that. No, I would take somebody who could sing.
But certainly not someone to make a coalition with.
No, someone who could sing.
Somebody who could sing.
Yeah.
John Swinney, if you had your opportunity to choose any Scottish politician to take to Ailsa Craig, who would it be?
I think I'd have to say, after what seems like an eternity on the Scottish campaign trail, I couldn't bear to be on anyone else on Ailsa, with any other politician on Ailsa Craig after the amount of time I've spent on politicians' panels like this in the last number of months.
Not even Alex Salmond?
Well, I think Alec wouldn't be able to go to Ailsa Craig because there's not a golf course for him to indulge in his favourite pastime of golfing. So, and it wouldn't interest me much to be on the golf course in Ailsa Craig either.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm afraid that is it from Kilmarnock. Next week I'll be with the 4 party leaders and an audience of 500 live in Edinburgh. It promises to be an exciting event, as it will be the last time the leaders will meet before polling day. Join me with Donald Dewar, Jim Wallace, Alex Salmond and David McCletchie at 10:05 on Tuesday night. From all of us in Kilmarnock, a very good night.
I've covered 8 general elections in the last 30 years, but this is something completely new and completely different. You always wonder when the presenter says good evening and welcome to 8 hours of general election through the night, if you're ever going to make it. But of course you do, because the adrenaline keeps you going. And all the information you've pushed into your head has to be pushed out bit by bit as new information comes in and the new pattern emerges.
BBC Scotland, radio, television and online, covering Scotland's election.
Independence budget if they're ever brave enough to release it.
And Murdo Fraser, in terms of the economic priorities for the Scottish Conservatives, how do you see the Scottish Parliament being value for money?
Well, I think we're absolutely clear that there must be no increased taxation in the Scottish Parliament. What Scottish business is most concerned about is that costs in Scotland will rise higher than those south of the border, and that would be disastrous for Scottish business, and we would see a flow of talent and jobs south. And just to go back briefly to the SNP, you know, we've been in this election campaign for 4 weeks. It's quite remarkable that it's now only 1 week to go to polling day, and the SNP have still to produce their financial statement for an independent Scotland.
Well, Wales too is going to the polls next week. But the election campaign there has been as dominated by concern over apathy and the complex voting system as questions of party policy. Under a system designed to be fairer to smaller parties, electors will have 2 votes, one for their constituency and a second for their region. The paradox of the system means a massive vote for the party in the constituencies will mean their chances of winning a regional seat less likely. And this could be worrying for Labour. Tony Blair's choice for First Secretary of Wales is Alan Michael. He's top of Labour's list for the Mid and West Wales region, made up of 8 constituencies. But if Labour does too well in those seats, he could fail to get elected. Claire Catford went to the key seat of Carmarthen East, the constituency which could determine his fate.
Visions of success are what the politicians are dreaming of. Visit Carmarthen's psychic exhibition and you get another perspective on how all parties will fare.
It'll be close running with 3 of them, and I feel that the person who's going to win is going to be an outsider.
So it's somebody that's maybe not stood for this area or something that's coming from a different area.
Predictions apart, the facts are that Carmarthen is part of the Mid and West Wales region, which is home to 400,000 voters. Turnout on May the 6th is expected to mirror the referendum in 1997 at around 56%.
Despite the fact that the election is only a week away, it's hardly making front-page news here. Journalists say they won't be putting it on the front page of this week's local paper. Last week's Carmarthen Journal led with roads, chaos, risking lives, rather than political intrigue. Will you be voting in next week's elections?
No.
No. Don't you want to use your vote?
No, not really, because everybody's lying about everything, and one person says they're going to do this and they don't do it, and so there's no point, is there?
This apparent lack of interest is echoed by a report out this week that suggested that apathy could play a part in the final result here.
Up until now, it's been pretty much a quiet campaign and a quiet response to campaigns as well.
Why is that, do you think?
Because people are not quite sure what's going to happen. They can't believe that the election is here already. I can't believe it either, to be honest with you, and it seems to have come along now ever so quickly after the referendum.
Plaid Cymru won its first Welsh seat in the Carmarthen by-election in 1966 and is hoping for the same wave of enthusiasm in 1999. The party is convinced they'll reap the benefits if voters decide to stay away from the polling stations.
Now everyone else is thinking it all right. Right, the election's coming up. Well, we certainly know that our people will turn out. Our supporters have told us that they will turn out. I think there's an incentive for our supporters to turn out, but perhaps that incentive isn't there for Labour people who feel disillusioned with the party and disillusioned with the way Tony Blair's leading them.
Travel to another part of this region and you'll find Labour's Carmarthen East candidate doing his bit on the doorstep, supported by the Secretary of State for Wales.
Alan Michael, pleased to meet you. This is Chris Llewellyn, who's the constituency candidate, so hope we'll have your support on the 6th of May.
Ironically, Alan Michael could be a victim of his colleague's success. The more seats Labour wins here, the less eligible the party is for top-up seats. Result, the possibility of no Assembly seat for the Blair favourite.
That's a story that's been put around, particularly by Plaid Cymru, because it makes a good story to have an idea of a cliffhanger. But the reality is, I think, that we're going to get the support to do very well in the constituency seats and to win at least one, possibly two, in the regional seats.
Based on 1997 referendum figures, the two top Conservative regional list candidates should gain seats in Mid and West Wales because the list system is designed to favour parties with a smaller share of the vote. This is also an indication of the uphill struggle the party is appearing to have in its attempt to win an individual constituency.
Conservatives, I think, have had a rough time in Carmarthen for a long time. This is horses for courses, and I could take you to other places in Wales where the roles would be reversed. Yeah, if you're here, yes, it's a difficult thing to come by spare votes in Carmarthen East. That's reality.
Mid and West Wales will be the last region to declare results on Friday the 7th. This was the case in 1997 too. Only then will the Blair-backed Alan Michael know if he's in or out. And only then will all the candidates know if their success or failure was due to deliberate voting choice or apathetic disinterest.
Well, to talk about the Welsh campaign, I was joined by former Western Mail political journalist Mike Settle and from Cardiff by Barry Jones, senior lecturer in politics at Cardiff University. I began by asking Mike Settle if he had been struck by the level of apathy in Wales.
Certainly. I mean, one of the main problems, in fact the enemy of all the parties, particularly Labour and the Tories, is apathy. Given what's been happening with Labour over the last year or two, the internal wrangles they've been having, and the disaffection among some of the old Labourites in Wales with the new Labour regime, they could either not vote or vote nationalist. And in the Tories' case, a lot of them don't even believe in devolution, so they'll go shopping or play golf on May the 6th.
And if we can go over to Barry Jones now, as you know, it's a novel system. Do you think that system is going to be helpful to the major parties, or will it help the small parties as it's designed to do?
Well, I think it's going to confuse lots and lots of people. It's the first time they're confronted with the option of casting two votes, and that certainly causes problems. I think what will tend to happen is that some people will cast their first vote for the first-past-the-post candidate in their constituency, and many might then be reluctant to cast or be apprehensive about casting their second vote. But I think there is a tendency shown in the polls that that some people will vote Labour because they have this strong loyalty, but some will then vote for another party on their second vote, and that is the real problem for Labour. In addition, in the Carmarthenshire area, there's a campaign group called Think Again. One doesn't know how strong it is, but they're calling for Labour voters to vote for their Labour candidate in the constituency, but then not vote Labour in the regional constituency.
And do you think that if Labour gets a high vote, as predictions are, if they do get a high vote, that then that really does damage Alan Michael's chances?
Well, if Labour do particularly well at the constituency level and at the regional level, then that should result in them being less qualified to gather in votes at the regional level, and that would have implications for the Labour leader. And I think there is a real problem here in the party generally, is that they haven't really worked out how to sell the idea for Labour voters to vote Labour on the second ballot, because all the evidence suggests that Labour will do so well on the first ballot that in very few cases will they get any benefit from the second ballot.
Politics can be a cruel mistress. Ask any MP. Even better, just ask William Hague. With just under a week to go until the Welsh, Scottish and local elections, things could hardly be more discouraging for the Tories. Early in the week, the row over Peter Lilly's controversial speech on privatisation left the party in apparent disarray, and opinion polls showed the Conservatives a horrifying 25 points behind Labour. And Mr Hague's personal position, despite his relaunch, is no better, with only 10% of voters seeing him as a capable leader. On Wednesday night, William Hague tried to explain that his great admiration for Margaret Thatcher was undiminished despite the party's new direction.
Change and renewal is always difficult. And some people are bound to be nervous now that we've set off on our journey of change, but haven't yet arrived at our destination. And I know that there are some commentators, there are some people outside the party, our friends, who wish us well, but are worried. But I know our destination.
I was joined by the Conservative MP Richard Shepherd. I began by asking him whether it was true that there was concern amongst Tories that the party was turning its back on Thatcherism.
I think it's the way that it's been expressed rather than the way it in fact seems to be presented. There is concern when language seems to contradict the major thrust of Conservative Party development policy over the last, say, 10 years. And there is an irony, of course, in as much as that New Labour has camped on that ground as in extending very conservative areas. I mean, it must be a matter for you. But,
does that mean that the Conservative Party feels it's got to recolonise the ground or change its direction?
If I may just make an observation, one of the fears I have, you'll know much more about this than I, Nigel, but these focus groups, and where you say what is wrong, once you start a hare running, such as National Health and Commitment 2, you can get a misreading of it. And I'll only cite as an instance of this. In the Uxbridge by-election, you may well remember this, immediately after the election, Labour composed a focus group. And one of the questions it put to it was the electorate anxious about an outsider being parachuted in. What it had the result of doing was turning 3 good, committed Labour supporters into 2 anti-Labour for the purposes of the by-election. And my fear, and I think it is quite a widespread fear, certainly the Parliamentary Party, is that focusing on focus groups as the way in which you identify the issues that you feel strongly about and therefore can communicate to an electorate is fuzzy.
How much do you think that the problems we see on the Conservative front bench are the result of experienced people like Kenneth Clarke and others stepping back? Is there immaturity there?
I am concerned about us not keeping in the public eye and in a prominent way people whom a wider electorate has great sympathy for and can identify. I, for instance, would love to see someone like Ken Clarke as the Shadow Home Secretary. These are people of experience. Norman Fowler in a role, because his work in the Home Office brief, Shadow Home Office brief, has been formidable.
The Scottish people about the costs of setting up a separate state. He said the people of Scotland had a clear choice between Labour's devolution plan and a costly break under the SNP. The Liberal Democrats are claiming the contest for the Scottish Parliament is still too close to call. Speaking in Edinburgh, MP Charles Kennedy also predicted no party would have an outright majority. Also in Edinburgh, the Tory leader William Hague has attacked Labour's record on jobs, tax and the economy. He described their performance as nothing more than a catalogue of lies, broken promises and mismanagement. The Health Minister, Sam Galbraith, has made it clear that all public finance initiatives
has been continuing with a series of drafts,
and it could be again. Sadly, Scotland's education system has suffered under both Conservatives and Labour. There aren't enough books, buildings aren't properly repaired, and teachers are undervalued. Scottish Liberal Democrats will invest in education by doubling expenditure on books and equipment in the first year, by recruiting 2,000 extra teachers, and by funding a programme of building repairs. Unlike other parties, the Liberal Democrats are prepared, if necessary, to raise Scotland's income tax by a penny, so as to invest in our future, our system of education.
With companies like this one, which has pioneered new ways of recycling paper, Scotland can lead the world in enterprise and environmental conservation. With its new parliament and its great natural assets, not least the talents of the Scottish people, Scotland has every chance to overcome its current economic problems.
Scotland's economy has taken a real battering recently. Job losses in manufacturing and farming have really been painful. But if only the government would make a firm commitment to joining the euro, as Liberal Democrats have long argued, then interest rates would come down and that would make a huge difference. And here in Scotland's Parliament, Liberal Democrats are committed to investing substantially more in education and training so that Scotland's young people can meet the challenges of the 21st century and Scotland can become a world leader again.
Next Thursday you have a great opportunity to raise the standard for Scotland's future by supporting the Liberal Democrats. And don't forget, this is a pair votes election, so you'll have 2 votes, one for your constituency member as usual, and the second for a team to represent your region. So every Liberal Democrat vote in every part of Scotland will count.
That was a party election broadcast by the Scottish Liberal Democrats.
Dry and fine, the exception being down here to the south, where I think we could see some heavy showers developing through the Midlands and into the West Country. Now it's at this time of year where the sun is getting quite strong that we start needing to think about sun cream. The sun index for Saturday is going to be between 3 and 5. If you want to...
As one general to another, he said peaceful.
There's private money to build schools and hospitals. Here's our political correspondent Fiona Ross with the first of our reports from the hustings.
Alex Salmond and Tony Blair are at odds over most things, the 2 most prominent in this campaign being the NATO bombing of Kosovo and the SNP's desire for independence. The Nationalists published their economic strategy for independence this morning. Mr. Blair immediately set about rubbishing it.
Those are spending plans that tax the mind as well as tax the wallet. They aren't plans that can be taken seriously by a party that's putting forward a prospectus for government.
Alex Salmond, sitting further down the table, was becoming increasingly angry and finally intervened, although he didn't actually say anything.
Now, that's just with an hour or so to go.
The Prime Minister also passionately defended the NATO action in Yugoslavia, something that Alex Salmond described as unpardonable folly.
I believe fundamentally it is a battle between good and evil, and it's also a battle between the values and forces of democracy and the forces of dictatorship.
Alex Salmond later defended his interruption of Mr. Blair.
Well, I think it's very unfortunate in the middle of a speech at a charitable function, and that's what the press fund lunch is, that the Prime Minister launched into this PPB attacking the Scottish National Party. So, given that he'd broken the rules, I thought, what sort of put down can we have?
The temperature in this campaign is rising. Only 5 days now till polling day.
The SNP published their long-awaited document detailing what Scottish finances would look like under independence. The Nationalists claim Scotland is a rich nation, which should have a budget surplus of £2 billion by 2003. But after repeated questions from journalists, they conceded there's a current deficit of 1.7 billion.
You've just had an answer to the question. That's just what he said. Do you want me to repeat it? What is the figure?
Well, if you take 869 and subtract 2.5 billion, you'll get what? Just off the top of my head, you'll get 1.7 billion.
1.7 billion, which is not any form of structural deficit in Scotland, which, as Andrew rightly says, is a superior position to the UK.
Labour said the SNP would fail standard grade arithmetic.
The SNP figures do not add up, and they're not prepared to tell the truth about their plans to raise national insurance taxes and make people worse off. The SNP today have lost any credibility to be a serious political party on the economy.
The Conservatives, unveiling their latest poster campaign against Labour, also rubbished the SNP's sums.
Scotland would have a big financial deficit if it was independent. And of course the Scottish nationalists will try and cover that up and try and spin a yarn about it, try and make out it's completely different. But the facts are very clear.
The Lib Dems followed suit.
We've never denied that Scotland could be independent if we wanted to, but at what price? The price of breaking up the United Kingdom. What price would it be to recast the whole social security system to allow us to do it? £500 million. It's not worth it.
This won't be the last we hear of the SNP document. It'll be scrutinised in detail over the weekend.
The thorn in the side of Labour's campaign, the Private Finance Initiative, drew blood again today to welcome Tony Blair to Scotland, as one of Donald Dure's Scottish spokesman, John McCallion, stated his opposition to PFI.
My position has been very clear throughout this campaign, and it is that those who are opposed to the Private Finance Initiative must bring forward an alternative to it, because we need hospitals and schools to be built across Scotland, and as yet nobody has brought forward a practical alternative to it.
Mr McCallion's opposition to PFIs is well known. Last year on STV's political programme Platform, he clearly spoke out against the scheme. But raising the issue during the campaign and on the day the Prime Minister is visiting Scotland is embarrassing to the Labour Party. Last night on Scottish Television's Vote 99 programme, Donald Dure and Alex Salmond came to blows on the issue.
Now let me ask you a question, Donald. Do you carry your party on this issue? And specifically, is John McCallion on board, is one of your cabinet, is John McCallion supportive of the PFI or not? Straight question, yes or no?
The cabinet is united, and can I say, the spokespeople group is united. But let me just say,
the Labour Party is insisting Mr McCallion has been misquoted. The unions also entered the fray, with public sector union Unison issuing a statement that it would urge its members to strike if staff working at the new Edinburgh Royal Infirmary, earning under £16,000 a year, were denied pensions. Health Minister Sam Galbraith moved quickly to defuse the situation, however, by also issuing a statement saying that pensions would be available to everybody. All in all, however, the PFI issue has once again proved damaging to Labour's election campaign.
Glasgow's controversial Victoria Infirmary has been clear of any blame over the death of schoolboy Imran Khan. But medical teams have been criticised for some of their working practices. Glasgow's Sheriff Principal Edward Bowen published his findings today. They've been welcomed by hospital managers and condemned by Imran's family. Our Chief News Correspondent Jeff Brown reports.
The Victoria's medical director was jubilant at the findings. They proved, he said, what doctors and medical staff had always known.
When I examined the case in a prolonged hospital internal inquiry, I could find no evidence that the nursing and the medical staff involved in the case did anything but their best efforts to a high standard to attempt to care for Imran, and in the end, after he'd collapsed, to do everything they possibly could for Imran.
15-year-old Imran Khan died 8 days after his admission to the Victoria Infirmary following a street fight during which he sustained non-life-threatening injuries. He died, however, from blood poisoning caused by an infection he contracted while in hospital. Telltale indicators, it's alleged, were overlooked and there were ward rounds missed. But still, Sheriff Principal Bowen says nothing makes him think there was a lack of professional care. But there were mistakes made. The staff didn't do everything by the book. The claims of a crisis at the Victoria, said the Sheriff, were emotive and irresponsible.
From the headlines which family have heard so far, and they are not pleased with the finding.
Colin Gilmore, seen here on the right, was convicted of Imran's attempted murder after a highly charged trial. It is here at the High Court during the original criminal trial that perhaps the most scathing criticism of medical staff at the Victoria came. Donald Finlay, QC, warned the jury there was a cover-up at work and that the hospital authorities were trying a whitewash. Mr. Finlay is understood privately to be furious at the inquiry's findings, although he wasn't making any public comment this evening. The Can family, meanwhile, are considering a civil action.
5 anti-nuclear protesters have been arrested while trying to get near a Trident nuclear submarine as it sailed up the Clyde. In a surprise move, HMS Vengeance sailed to Coulport on Loch Long instead of the Faslane submarine base on the Gairloch. The arrest followed attempts by CND campaigners to swim towards the vessel. Mike Edwards reports.
Protesters waited near the Faslane base for the last of the Navy's 4 Trident boats to sail into its new home. The MOD police were there, helicopters were there, but HMS Vengeance wasn't. Possibly in a bid to avoid prying eyes, the nuclear submarine slid into Coulport on Loch Long instead. These exclusive pictures of HMS Vengeance were recorded when a Scotland Today cameraman followed anti-nuclear protesters several miles over rough country from Faslane to Coulport. Vessels usually only come here to take on board the Trident missiles which make up Britain's strategic nuclear deterrent prior to going on patrol.
They can't hide in there forever because the monster lives up there at Faslane and it's got to go home to its lair, whether it's today or tomorrow sometime. That's its base, it's got to go home there and we'll be ready for it.
Several anti-nuclear protesters tried to get close to the submarine. Some took to the water and CND says a few got within 100 metres of the vessel as it sailed up the loch. 5 were arrested. A Ministry of Defence spokesman has refused to comment on the day's events, saying only that HMS Vengeance is still undergoing sea trials and won't officially be a Royal Navy ship until it's commissioned in the year 2000.
A man's in a stable condition in hospital after being shot in front of his daughter at their home in the Rutherglen area of Glasgow. He was shot after 3 men forced their way into the house in Trossachs Road. Police are treating the incident as attempted murder. Meanwhile, a murder investigation has been launched following the death of a man in the city's Knightswood area. Police were called to a house early this morning and found 3 men injured. 24-year-old Craig Gilfillan later died in hospital. And that's all for now. The Scotland Today team will be here with bulletins throughout the weekend and, of course, on Bank Holiday Monday. But for now, though, from everyone here on Friday's Late Team, do have a very good night. Bye-bye for now.
The satellite sequence shows that fairly clear skies will continue to be found in most places. A mass of thin cloud will, however, spread across the north where it will become fairly unsettled at times. Tonight it'll stay dry and settled over all areas with a fair amount of clear spells and light winds, although it will be cold inland. Saturday will start dry with variable cloud, which will allow for widespread long spells of sunshine in most places. In the afternoon it'll be bright, but sunny spells will shorten later, and in light northerly winds temperatures will feel cool. Moving across the central belt now, where tonight will be breezy and cloudy along the coasts, but mostly clear inland, temperatures will not fall below 3 or 4 Celsius. Remaining bright tomorrow morning, but in moderate southerly winds, a few light showers will develop in the Fife and the Lothians areas. These showers should die out in the afternoon. There will be partly cloudy skies and around average temperatures. The outlook remaining dry for the next few days with sunny periods and light southerly winds.
QuickFit, at your service, come rain or shine.
The Gay Exchange is now half price. Call 0894 888899 and take advantage of this great special offer right here, right now.
I'm part cosmetic consultant, part sculptor. My art lives, it moves, implants, laser.
And if you were looking for a glimmer of consensus between Moscow and NATO, you will probably start with those kind of countries.
Mark Devonport speaking earlier from the United Nations. You're watching BBC News. A reminder of the headlines this hour. The Yugoslav Deputy Prime Minister Vuk Drašković has been dismissed.
Now that parliament must work for us.
The shackles are on the Labour Party in the Scots Parliament from London. Henry McLeish went on television and he had to admit they could not diverge one iota from London-made policy. The great difference with the SNP is that we have a constituency at home, we work only to them, they are the Scots people, it's their parliament, and in the parliament the traditional Scots values of social justice, of building an enterprise economy, a just society, will be reflected.
Our parliament must be a different parliament. A parliament that gets rid of the old ways and the old control from London. A parliament free of sleaze and incompetence. A parliament that is open and accessible.
81% of people thought that public services should be funded through public means.
A parliament that Scotland can be proud of, and which listens to the people it serves.
The SNP for me, and I've been a member for 25 years, is most of all about honesty. It's most of all about courage. It's most of all about hope and optimism. I think the biggest obligation of political parties is to tell the truth.
Labour used to believe in the same things that Scotland believes in: free education, progressive taxation rather than Tory tax bribes, supporting health and education and keeping these services in public hands. But they've left all of that behind. We never will.
We need a government that listens to us and does what we want. A government that honours its promises and delivers on its pledges.
I'm immensely excited about the Scottish Parliament because I think it gives us all a chance to play our part in building a new Scotland. I want to see real money put into education, health and housing services. I don't want Gordon Brown coming along with a tax cut one year and taking it away the next.
The longest serving member of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Winnie Ewing.
New Labour's message is one of fear. They say that Scotland can't survive without London, can't support herself, and needs the UK to act as her European broker. Now our message is be brave, know your own strength. We can make Scotland a land we all want to live in. This is our golden opportunity. Do not throw it away.
With the hopes of generations poured around us, and the strength released, we do not stand alone. I know we stand.
If I was asked, who do you think will win this election? My answer would be, hopefully, Scotland.
One of the best rules in politics to follow is if you're prepared to trust the people of Scotland, then the people will trust you. We're setting up the first democratic parliament in the entire nation's history. I think we should have it first principle. It should be run from Scotland, and that's why I think Scotland's party should win Scotland's election.
On Thursday, you'll be voting for your future. The only thing left to do is to vote, and vote again. And I'll be right with you. Thank you very much.
I know we stand upon their stepping stone.
That was a party election broadcast by the Scottish National Party.
Good evening. Well, it hasn't been too bad a bank holiday weekend, has it? Today we saw temperatures up to 25 in Devon and Salton Sands. That's 77 Fahrenheit. But the east coast was nearer 15 to 17. It felt much cooler here. And with the high pressure staying out towards the east of Britain, the winds will be coming in off the North Sea throughout the next few days. So it will always be feeling coolest in the east and a little way inland. Towards the weekend, the winds might then just change direction, but for the time being, it's as we are now. Now, at the moment, we've got 1 or 2 thunderstorms in the province of Northern Ireland, so too down through the Channel Islands, but they should die away. Just a little bit of rain staying in the north of Scotland tonight, elsewhere dry, with perhaps 1 or 2 mist patches forming. Temperatures tonight around 5 to 7, so a fairly mild night. For the morning, Tuesday morning, rather cloudy on this east coast, away from that a fairly sunny start to the day. Cloudy in Scotland as well, with a little bit of rain, and perhaps one or two showers will develop here during the afternoon. They could be heavy and perhaps thundery. So too for Northern Ireland and down across the Channel Islands up into the West Country, and we might just see one or two of them coming inland towards the evening. The temperatures on that east coast then only around 13 to 14, but inland towards the west, temperatures could be back up to around 20 to 21. That's it from me. Bye-bye.
Set sail and discover the magic of Scotland's natural heritage.
Big bottles.
In a brand new series, the schooner Carrie explores the Western Isles. Every week she's joined by a fresh crew drawn from all walks of life. Each member with a personal reason for discovering the wildlife and human history of Scotland.
It's magical.
Earth, wind and water. The voyage begins Thursday at 8, BBC 2 Scotland.
This is BBC One Scotland. Now Campaign 99 with Ian McWhirter.
Tonight, the Liberal Democrats appeal to Scotland. Use your second vote to stop Labour's Holyrood juggernaut. Hello and welcome to Campaign 99. And with 2 days of campaigning left, the tension seems to be shifting to the second vote on Thursday. There are, of course, 2 votes in the Scottish parliamentary election, one for constituencies and one for party lists to elect the additional members required under PR. Labour seem to dominate the first ballot. The second list votes are soft, at least that's what the party strategists all seem to think. Tonight, the Liberal Democrats used a rally in Edinburgh to appeal to second voters. But aren't the politicians getting a little ahead of themselves and us? The Liberal Democrats spent much of this campaign distancing themselves from the SNP, but now they're worried about Labour getting overall control and not needing the Lib Dems to form a government. At tonight's rally, they called on Scotland to use the second vote to stop Labour in its tracks.
There are many parts of Scotland where people have not looked seriously at the Liberal Democrats before because they felt we couldn't win. The message under the new electoral system is that everywhere in Scotland people can vote Liberal Democrat with a realistic expectation of a Liberal Democrat being elected.
Almost 300 years ago, we lost our parliament. Now we're about to get it back.
An unmistakable voice appeals for votes in the SNP's final election broadcast tonight. Most SNP seats will come from second votes, but they aren't admitting it.
I'm saying to people, vote SNP in the first ballot, the second ballot, and in the council elections, and let's have Scotland's party running Scotland's parliament.
The opinion polls are suggesting that perhaps Labour's second vote may be weakening slightly. We've had 3 out of 5 polls in recent days saying that Labour's second vote may be below 40%, and it's the first time they've been showing this for some considerable time. And all the other parties will be hoping that perhaps this is evidence that that vote might be capable of being prized away, and of course they all want to get it to go into their direction.
So some sophisticated tactical voting is expected on Thursday, but do the voters understand what's expected of them?
No, I haven't got a clue, to be honest. I'm trying. I'm sure my mother will explain it to me if I phone her. No, I don't understand anything.
With 2 days campaigning left, there's still a deal of confusion on the streets about how and how often to vote. The old electoral signposts are absent. It's not just a matter of crossing a box anymore. On Thursday, everyone will have 2 votes. In the first vote, on the lilac ballot paper, you vote for your constituency MSP. He or she will be elected under the usual first-past-the-post system. The second vote is on the peach ballot paper. Each of these will have the party name and the party list of candidates. The votes placed here are used to elect top-up candidates from the party lists to ensure proportionality overall. Some voters have got the hang of it.
First Labour and second Green Party.
Split it so that it's not predominantly Labour, so there's more like input from the other parties.
Yeah, I'll probably vote for some kind of smaller party or something. Just, you know, it's nice to have a kind of balance. Or someone that's going to, you know, get rid of the tuition fees.
The second vote is definitely going to Green, but I don't know who the candidate's going to be.
small parties like the Greens hope PR will give them a chance. And even though the odds are against them, they're bidding for the second vote.
Give your first vote if you must to the grey parties, but we say give your second vote for the environment, give it for the future and vote Green.
But the Blues want your second vote too. Their Scottish leaders been calling on Labour voters to lend their second vote to the Tories to defend the Union.
It's very important that we do not end up with Scotland polarised between Labour and the SNP. If that happens, it would be a disaster for Scotland. There must be room for a unionist alternative to Labour that does not take Scotland down the road of separation and isolation.
Hello, how are you doing?
Of course, it's Labour who have most to lose in this frantic auction for the second vote. It was never intended as an alternative, they say, so don't lend it to anyone else.
We've got a very simple message for the voters of Scotland, that they can use every vote for Labour. The second vote isn't a second choice, so we're asking people on Thursday to vote Labour, Labour and Labour in the local council elections.
Well, Labour, I think, certainly must be worried about this. In a sense, they've always been worried about the second vote, because one of the things they know is that it's quite likely in quite a few of the regions in Scotland that they will do so well in the constituency contest that they won't be entitled to any top-up seats. And Labour have been trying to persuade their supporters that despite this, they need to vote for Labour on both votes, and the other parties are trying to dissuade them from this, and this in a sense is now going to be a key part of the battle in the final few days.
Labour fears that people might split their votes are likely to be realised as their rivals paint a grim picture of a parliament dominated by one party. However, in this first ever Scottish election, it's not just the politicians who are feeling their way. The voters are on a steep learning curve too, and no one knows yet just how they will use their new franchise. So confusion reigns in the second vote. Now, the latest opinion polls over the weekend all suggested that Labour still has a substantial lead in both first and second votes. But there have been suggestions, confirmed in a Daily Express poll tomorrow, that the gap could be narrowing on that second vote. The poll tomorrow still has Labour ahead on seats, but in the second vote it indicates a drop of Labour support of 8%. The SNP second vote remains static, but the Tories and others are up, and the Liberal Democrats are down 5%. Well, I'm joined now from Edinburgh by Mike Russell of the SNP, and here in Glasgow by Labour's Jack McConnell, Charles Ferguson of the Conservatives, and Keith Raffin of the Liberal Democrats. Let's start with you, Jack McConnell. It looks like you're losing it on the second ballot.
Well, I don't think anybody's losing it yet. The vote takes place on Thursday, and I think the message that we've got to get across between now and Thursday, and I think all the parties should try and get across, is that the second vote is probably actually the most important. It is the one that will decide which party either has an overall majority or the governing stake at the new parliament. And I think that when voters are voting on the second ballot, they have to vote for the type of government that they want in Scotland, for who they would trust to run Scotland after the elections on Thursday.
OK, Keith Raffin for the Liberal Democrats. What exactly are you calling for in the second ballot?
Well, what's clear to us on the doorstep is simply this, that people do not want Labour to have it all their own way. They don't want Holyrood to become Strathclyde Regional Council writ large. They don't trust the SNP. They don't want divorce from the rest of the UK. The Tories are irrelevant. And they're coming over to us in large numbers on the first and the second vote, because basically they want to see people who make the Parliament work as we do to raise the standard of health and education. I mean, just to give you an example, I was at Fife Elderly Forum not long ago in Cardindown. Staunch Labour supporters came up to me and they said very quietly, you won't get our first, but you're getting our second. Right. And they've worked it out. A Labour vote in Mid-Scotland and Fife second vote is wasted, because Labour's not going to get any top-up seats.
Well, Charles Ferguson, for the Tories, you're looking for the second vote too, aren't you?
Absolutely.
But are you irrelevant?
No, we're certainly not as irrelevant as the Liberal Democrats, and we're also...
I was only quoting Peter Riddell at the Times.
I think that when people vote, they'd like to know whether they're voting for separation or not for separation. And if you vote Liberal Democrat, you don't know, because you don't know where they'll go. If I could illustrate this by way of an example, taking the West of Scotland seat, for instance, on the general election results, Labour did so well in the general election that they would take all 9 seats. What happens is that one's added to their vote and their vote's divided by 10, which means that despite having 190,000 votes, they get into the second ballot with 19,000 votes.
Right, OK, well, let's leave the...
I'm trying to explain to why the Conservatives are not relevant, because after those votes are taken out, it's between Conservatives and SNP with 3 seats each, so you either vote Conservative and keep SNP out, or you vote anyone else and get SNP in.
Well, OK then, it seems to be that the main task, Mike Russell, seems to be to keep you out in the second ballot.
Well, I hope the Tories aren't explaining this to anybody, because they'll be lost by now. And as usual, the Liberals are saying the wrong things at the wrong time. I mean, just as the polls show that far from there being a Labour juggernaut, the Labour campaign wagon, its wheels are falling off, the Liberals are calling for something else. The reality is that what this is election about is about hope, and it's about confidence. And if people have hope and confidence, they should be choosing confidently for the future. Ballot 1, ballot 2 and ballot 3. And that's really what is impressing people. What the SNP is talking about is hope and confidence in the future. All the other three so far have been using the old words, the old stale political words, and they don't work.
Would you accept that the SNP surge is largely illusory? There is no surge. You're basically stuck.
I wouldn't accept that at all. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time out of the office talking to people and also to our candidates. There's a very strong movement towards the SNP, and it's coming because all the other parties are talking about negativity and how they can stop things happening. The SNP is the only party that's talking about how things can happen, and that's getting public support, as the polls are showing.
Of course, the truth is, Jack McConnell, isn't it, that Labour doesn't want or expect to be in overall control of this Parliament.
Well, we want to have as many seats as we possibly can have in the new Parliament, and we want to win the voters.
Yeah, but Donald Dewar always said they didn't want to have overall control.
Well, he didn't say that. What he said was that we didn't want any party to unfairly win overall control, and
meaning the Labour Party.
We won't do that under this system. Any outcome is still possible on Thursday, and I think that's what's important.
But don't you think it would be bad for the Scottish Parliament for Labour to have an absolute majority?
I think it would be bad for the Parliament if the final outcome doesn't reflect the views of the voters. And what's important on Thursday is that the final outcome in the Parliament reflects the views of voters, and what is possible as a result of perhaps some of the clips that we saw earlier, some of the confusion about the system, and people perhaps having a second choice rather than a second vote for the party they actually want to be in charge in the Parliament. I think you'll see the potential for the Parliament not to reflect the views of the voters, because people use the second vote for their second choice rather than their first choice. So we're asking people to vote for their first choice on the second ballot, because they should use the second ballot to choose the way the Parliament steers Scotland's future.
Well, Keith Raffin, is the logical course, as Jack McConnell says, to vote 1-2 for the same party?
No, it's not, and you heard Professor John Curtis say it, one of Scotland's most distinguished phonologists, and Professor Bill Miller said the same, that basically a Labour vote on the second vote is wasted. It's certainly so in Mid-Scotland 5. None of the polls showed Labour getting any top-up seats. For what Charles was trying, what Charles was trying to explain, not terribly well, is basically the number of Labour seats that they are likely to win on the first vote means that they will not get top-up seats. And people are voting positively for us because they realise we're not sticking to Tory spending limits. We want to raise the standard for health and education much further than Jack does.
But Charles Ferguson, the campaign to educate the Scottish people about the nature of this vote has not been a conspicuous success.
No, the problem is it's not that the Labour or the Tories are being negative, it's that separatism is such a worry to Labour and the Conservatives.
Here we go again.
If you let me finish, I think this is the level of your debate, isn't it, to interrupt the Tories whenever they say something sensible. But moving swiftly on,
sensible yet.
If things have been focused so much on the menace of separatism...
Isn't a vote for you effectively a vote for Labour?
No, it's not. It's a vote for the Union. It's a vote. Well, it's not a wasted vote. You think every vote that doesn't go to Liberal Democrats is an irrelevant vote. And I can't think of anything more irrelevant than voting for a party that doesn't know with whom it will side.
All the Ali Buchanan Smith Tories.
Will you form a coalition with him? Will you side with him?
Okay. I know. So I'm afraid we're right into conclusion here. I'll have to ask Mike Russell to come in and answer some of these charges.
Well, all I'll say is I'm immensely glad I'm not in your Glasgow studio, because in Edinburgh there's a calmness prevailing, because what we've got to do is have confidence and hope, and you've just seen an example of the old negative politics. What people have to do is to vote for the future, not for the past that you've just seen.
Okay, Mike Russell, Keith Raffin, Charles Ferguson, Jack McConnell, thank you very much. And now, what about the third vote? Well, it may come as a surprise to many people when they enter the ballot booths to find that they have to fill in 3 ballot papers on Thursday. The ballot for Scotland's 32 local authorities has turned into the forgotten election. There are 1,232 seats at stake and 3,851 candidates. Only one thing certain, that this turnout in this local election will be higher than the near 40% they usually get. Local government has had a pretty bad image with sleaze and DLO mismanagement, and reform is likely to be one of the first acts of the Scottish Parliament. Tim Reid reports.
Whilst the Premier League politicians are out on their battle buses, the Cowden Beaths of Scottish politics, local councillors, are out on foot. They're the forgotten ones. They're asking for you to vote for them on the third white ballot paper. Why?
It is vital that we do have good local government, because although the general public don't appear to be very fond of the councillors. They value the actual services that come out of local government.
Scottish local government employs over 200,000 people, and there's more than £5.3 billion spent in Scottish local government, and it controls everyday services, everything from cleansing to housing to education to social work. So local government does play a very important part in people's everyday lives.
Well, you often find that people have more contact with their local councillors than they do with their MPs. If you think that local councils have the responsibility for your roads and your pavements and your schools and your libraries and your swimming pools and a whole host of other things, the emergency services, the actual impact on an individual's lives is quite considerable.
All 32 Scottish councils are up for grabs, including Edinburgh. Their leader Keith Geddes is standing down. Opponents say that Labour put the local elections on the same ballot as the Scottish parliamentary ones so that their slips wouldn't show.
Obviously the Labour Party is taking the view that the best way to deliver services in Scotland under the new Parliament is to have Labour councils working in partnership with the Labour Parliament to effectively deliver services in a way which other parties couldn't.
The local government in Scotland is dominated by Labour councils, and the Labour councils have done extremely badly. Within them you will find a mixture of incompetence, malpractice, cronyism, and indeed corruption, and in some you will find all four of those. I think that Tony Blair has been very keen to try and cover this all up so he's tagged it on to the end of the Scottish Parliament elections in the hope that people will just quietly forget about it and it will not be a focus.
Local and national government in Holyrood could end up in conflict over just who does what, and with a general election turnout 1.5 times the normal local election ones, the results could be interesting.
It's kind of difficult to find the Tory vote on the ground. It does seem to be vanishing really very quickly. It's hard to find. And I think that's happening both locally and nationally, that people have lost all confidence in the Conservative Party. They don't really know what they stand for any longer, and they're not prepared to support them.
All the parties, though, say they've found their voters.
I would expect the SNP to gain 3 or 4 councils and significantly increase the number of councils we have across the country. We're fighting 1,057 wards, which is more than any other party's ever fought in Scottish history, and we expect to make very significant gains.
This is one of the most important votes they've got for the next 3 years, perhaps 4 years, for local services. And as far as I would be concerned, I would be telling them to vote for the Conservative candidate on that.
Scottish local government will spend about 43% of the Parliament's total expenditure, and therefore in terms of service delivery, in terms of overall expenditure, they are very important indeed. Partnership between Labour at a local level and Labour at a national level is very, very important, and I think education will be the key issue in the local government election.
Political hype or reality? Local councils are playing second fiddle now, and that looks likely to continue in the future.
Tim Reid with an appeal for the forgotten election. Now, as always, the press has played a controversial role in this election. None of the Scottish newspapers support the SNP, and in desperation of what the nationalists believe to be unfair treatment, they launched their own alternative newspaper, Scotland's Voice. So tonight, the Battle Bus has taken a diversion down the street of shame to look at tomorrow's chip wrapping.
The SNP knows just what Scotland needs, another newspaper. Yeah, about as much as John Prescott needs another chin. Here's plucky Nicola Sturgeon launching it. Actually, this is just the dummy edition. At least we're assuming that's the reason why the inside pages are blank. It's either that, or they had to drop the debut column by Winnie Ewing, agony aunt, at the last minute. Don't the Nats get it? We're not a tin-pot, single-party state. We have a free press. Unlike, say, the Soviet Union, where they had 2 big papers in the government's pocket. One was called Pravda, which means the truth, and Izvestia, the news. And as Muscovites used to point out, there was no truth in the news, and no news in the truth. Here in Scotland, though, we're too clever to fall for clumsy attempts at mind control, because we have the Daily Record. During this campaign, its standards of fairness, decency and impartiality have made it a household name, to rank alongside Andrex.
Mammy, we've run out.
Never mind, here's a copy of the record. Do you want something to read as well? Eh, Martin? But no, all that is a lie, he said in case the record's lawyers are watching. Its journalism puts it alongside the finest in the country, provided the country in question is Romania. But at least the record isn't completely confused. Scotland on Sunday, described recently by a senior Labour source as a rag, has lashed back by advising its readers to vote Labour at all costs. That'll show 'em. Meanwhile, The Observer, which was straight Labour at the UK general election, now tells its leaders to split their votes to prevent an overall Labour majority. And the Sunday Post editorial doesn't mention the election at all, but it does rail against the evils of the Euroloo. But then, as this guy will tell you, there's one thing worse than not being talked about, and that's being talked about. King Sean is cross with the record too, not just because they rubbished his chum Alex's idea of a money penny for Scotland, but because they printed a picture of him allegedly cutting up rough after he'd seen the SNP's poll ratings. Except it appears the photo may have actually been taken some time before. Oh dear. Still, we're looking forward to the follow-up under the headline, "You'll have seen the circulation figures then."
Ken MacDonald takes on the Fourth Estate. Now, whatever happens on Thursday night, one thing's certain, a monstrous regiment of women will be entering Scotland's Parliament in the Assembly Hall next week, right under John Knox's nose. 40% of MSPs are expected to be female, the ultimate test for positive discrimination. So can they handle it, or will Scottish women turn out to be as disappointing as Blair's babes? David Porter has been hearing from some of them.
May 1979, and a little bit of history in the making. Margaret Thatcher becomes Britain's first woman Prime Minister.
Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truth. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And where there is despair, may we bring hope. No!
Her election marked a definite break with the past. Traditionally, politics has been regarded very much as a male-dominated bastion. Despite changing attitudes as late as the 1960s, there were just 5 women representing Scottish seats at Westminster. Today, things aren't much better. But the signs are that everyone really does want the new Scottish Parliament to be different.
Well, it certainly looks from the figures we have so far is that there's going to be a lot more women in there, probably between 35 and 40%, which is a big leap forward because at the moment at Westminster we only have about 17% of women go from Scottish constituencies. Also the age profile is likely to be a bit younger as well, so that gives you a different flavour if you like. And so we'll have a body of new politicians that will more fairly reflect society in Scotland.
One of those who hopes to be taking her place in Edinburgh is Margaret Smith, the Liberal Democrats' health spokeswoman. She's convinced having more women in the new Parliament will improve the whole decision-making process.
Well, I think that women come into politics sometimes from different fields from a number of men, and I think women just generally have a different view of life. They actually try to pull people together and get something done much more than many men do. Men, I think, have a greater tendency to maybe want to empire build and show how wonderful they are on their own.
The SNP believe their record reflects a history of bringing women into politics. Winnie Ewing famously won the Hamilton seat for them in 1967. The new generation of female activists insist the old Westminster ways will have to be abandoned if the new Parliament is to succeed.
I would hope we would see an end to the Yaboo politics, that we won't have Westminster transported up to Holyrood, and that there are women there who are committed to making a difference to other women's lives in Scottish society.
It's going to be better because the way the Parliament will work will be different. It'll be more family friendly in terms of its hours of operation. It'll have a whole new generation of people that are committed to making it work and to making a difference to ordinary people, to changing their lives, more jobs, better health service and better schools. And I think that's what people really want from the Parliament.
Those women campaigning for Holyrood are already getting a taste of the likely workload they could face.
Monday, Tuesday, not possible. Doing a factory visit on Tuesday.
While Labour tried to achieve gender balance through twinning in the selection procedures, other parties maintain women should only be chosen when they're the best candidates.
I don't think it was fair on perhaps a very able man to have been beaten by perhaps a less than able woman. And I don't say that to say anything against any of the women who have come through, but I don't think any woman should get there just because she's got ovaries.
Much has been made of the fact that the new Parliament offers a chance to reconstruct and rebuild politics in Scotland. At the Parliament's permanent home in Holyrood, the foundations have yet to be laid for the new building. In fact, the demolition men have still to complete their work. And some see that as an appropriate metaphor. The Campaign for Racial Equality has issued what it calls a Millennium Challenge to all the parties to better reflect Scotland's ethnic mix in the new political world.
The system is currently failing black and minority ethnic communities. It's obvious from the people that are being put forward for election to the Scottish Parliament. We are not getting a representative mix from all the different communities going forward to the Scottish Parliament. And our concern is that the Scottish Parliament will remain a white institution.
So close to polling day, it would be impossible to think about selecting new candidates. But by the end of the week, we'll know who'll occupy these benches. We don't yet know their names, but it's a fair bet that those sitting here when the Parliament meets for the first time later this month will better reflect Scotland as a whole. Of course, the final decision will be made by the most important group of all, the voters.
David Porter on some of Scotland's women on their way to Holyrood, and just don't dare call them Dewars dames. Time now for our weekly focus group. This week our eye in the back of the cab has been picking up views on that voting system.
How many actual votes have you got?
Just the one, I believe. I don't know, how many votes can you know? It's 2.
4, is it no? 4? Aye. How do you make that out?
You've got SNP, Labour, Lib Dems and the Tories.
2, 8. Let's Dave. It's 2!
It's no longer the first past the post system, it's the, what do we call it again?
Is it proportional representation?
Proportional representation, that's the one.
1.
1.
Let's see, 2. 4.
You think 4?
Aye.
No, it's no 4. What's the first vote for?
The first vote?
Aye.
Is for the Green Party.
How many votes have you got?
2.
2? Possibly 3?
Not another one. 2's enough.
So there you have it, a random sample of voter confusion in the streets of Glasgow, and everyone was genuine. Now look at the morning's papers, and the Courier says Nationalists and Labour step up war of words. The Herald leads on Tony Blair's visit to Kosovan refugees, ordering aid at the double. And there's the SNP Scotland's Voice saying the best children are leaving because we didn't get a parliament 20 years ago. And joining me now are two people who didn't leave, Kenny McIntyre and Brian Taylor. Kenny, there seems to be a huge amount of confusion about the second vote. You know, surely some of this should have been sorted out beforehand. Didn't we have an education campaign that was supposed to educate us about it?
I think a lot of people, particularly senior Labour people, do believe that the Scottish Office got it wrong, that they, along with government ministers, should have embarked on this information campaign a long time ago, and they wouldn't have been in what they regard as a dreadful situation. They are extremely perturbed this evening. I think a lot of people are deserting them in the second vote, and they think that this is actually going to strengthen Alex Salmond considerably. Tomorrow they're going to enlist the assistance of Alec Ferguson, the Manchester United manager, to say go for a hat-trick this week, the same as I'm going for. Go for 3 votes for Labour, first, second and council.
All right, well, Brian Taylor, I mean, do you think that is likely, that it is the SNP who will benefit, as it were, from the confusion about how to use this voting system?
I'm not sure there's quite the confusion that people fear. I think despite some of the individual concerns that you see there, when people sit down and think of it, when they look at it in the ballot papers, it'll be presented reasonably clearly to them, explained to them indeed by returning officers.
You don't think they'll just
that's
toss them away.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think people will. There's evidence that the Scots in the past have been able to use tactical voting. For example, during the period when Scotland was apparently desperate to oust the Conservatives, the tactical voting came through there to find the best method to achieve that particular outcome. Now, I think the outcome that people are looking for this time, they will find the method to achieve that. And despite what the Labour Party are saying, despite the other parties saying, 1-1-1, stick with us all the way, I think that you're going to see a lot of ticket switching, ticket splitting. I think you're going to see voting across the parties like that, because that perhaps is what people want. The parties don't think of it that way. The parties think that people are loyalists. They are Labour, they are Tory, they are SNP, they are Liberal Democrat. They're not, all parties are coalitions, and people in their own minds are making up perhaps a different mix for the new Scottish politics.
Well, Kenny, there's certainly a scrap among the parties for that second vote, and we're going to hear a lot of that in the next couple of days. Now, how's it panning out? Because it appears as if the Liberal Democrats are slipping behind the Tory party in their bid for the second vote.
Even privately, some senior Liberal Democrats will admit to that. And I think that there is a bit of real worry creeping in there, because it would be disastrous as far as they're concerned if they came fourth. If they're to be in a strong bargaining position, it's imperative that they come third and squeeze the
And very briefly, is there an SNP surge, or is that an illusion, Brian?
Not a surge, I wouldn't say, Ian, not a surge. I mean, that would be an inaccurate description of the situation, but they do have an opportunity to give themselves a real kick at this on Thursday.
Brian Taylor, Kenny McIntyre, thanks very much. And that's all from Campaign 99 for another programme. We'll be back on the eve of poll on Wednesday here on BBC One Scotland at 10 o'clock. You'll be able to hear from all of Scotland's party leaders in the last programme before the polls open. That's Campaign 99 this Wednesday at 10 o'clock on BBC One Scotland. So from me till then, good night.
The build-up to Scotland's first parliamentary elections in almost 300 years reaches fever pitch. I'll be here in Edinburgh with the 4 men vying to be First Minister. Join me live for an hour's passionate debate with Scotland's 4 party leaders and an audience of 500 voters.
From here to Holyrood, Leaders Debate tomorrow at 10:05, BBC One Scotland. Film comedy now on BBC One Scotland. John Candy is the gentle giant unlucky in love in Only the Lonely.
Turn now to Lucille McQuaid from the Pro-Life Alliance. Isn't it fair to say that you are simply a pressure group? You're not a party with a variety of policies. So why should people vote for you in the second vote?
We feel people should vote for us because perhaps in past elections they've agreed on a party but they haven't liked the particular views of a person. Now the electorate are given a chance to vote for someone with the same beliefs as them. We feel it's an ideal opportunity.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I just want to put to Donald Dewar, I know that you're very reluctant to even concede the idea that anybody should not put a tick in a Labour box. But answering the gentleman's question for the Green Party, a second preference, what would be your second preference?
Kirsty, can I take this very seriously? Yes. Because I think that you are in danger of misleading people. It is not, it is, no, please, this is very, very important. This is not a second preference, a second choice after you've voted for your first choice. The first vote is to get your local parliamentarian into Holyrood. The second one is the vote which decides how many MSPs each party has in that parliament. It is in a sense of vote. It is in sense of vote for, in fact, who holds the administration.
That's clear, though.
No, it's not clear when you use phrases like second preference.
Well,
and let me say to you too, Kirsty. Let me say to you too, Kirsty, that when I got my leaflet through from David McCletch's colleagues in my constituency saying don't vote on the second ballot for Labour, vote Conservative, because a Labour vote is a wasted vote. In 1997 election, if this system had been in place, we would have had 2 Labour MSPs on the list, in addition to what we got in the first past the post section. So it is absolutely key, because that is the link between the number of votes cast and the number of seats in the Parliament, And therefore, if you wish a Labour government or an SNP government in that parliament, or a Liberal,
I
or
need
a
you
yes,
very briefly
then
to
you
come
vote
straight to Mick
twice for
Buckley.
the party.
Be very brief, please. Very brief.
If anybody's in danger of spreading misinformation on this issue, it's you, Donald.
Very brief.
You've put out a pamphlet saying that a second vote for any other party cancels out your first vote for Labour. Now, in Lothian, that's absolutely not the case. Labour stands very little chance of gaining seats on the second ballot in Lothian, which is where we are tonight.
You've had a return on that speech. You've had a return on your question. We must move on now to a question from Doug Mond from the Scottish Labour Party.
Thanks very much. On the doorstep, the subject that's come up most often has been Kosovo. And I wonder why this particular subject, conflict in the Balkans, should be such a key factor in the Scottish general election. I wonder too whether Alex Salmond's remarks were a calculated risk or in fact a miscalculated blunder.
Thank you very much indeed. Alex Salmond.
Well, I made the remarks as a reply to the Prime Minister's statement, as a ministerial reply. That was almost 6 weeks ago now. 6 weeks on, where are we? We've got 800,000 Kosovo Albanians have been decanted in terror from their country. We have $4 billion have been spent on high explosives raining down in Kosovo and Serbia. We've got a situation where the estimates are that the cost of the war could run to $10 billion or more dollars. We've got perhaps thousands of Kosovo Albanians who've been slaughtered in Kosovo. We don't know how many people have been raped and subjected to other things. We've got that phrase collateral damage, which has fallen so far on buses, on trains, on television stations. You know, I just think we're entitled to ask 6 weeks on and come to a conclusion that the war hasn't gone very well thus far, and perhaps the tactics were misapplied and mistaken.
Right, in that case... In that case, in an independent Scotland, dominated by a nationalist agenda, Scottish air power or troops would not take part in any offensive in Kosovo. You'd be out of NATO anyway, you wouldn't even be part of it. What you're saying is you would have nothing to do with what is going on.
If there'd been an SNP government in power in independent Scotland, we would not have taken part in the current action in the Balkans.
Thank you very
much. Another government
indeed.
may have taken a different position, but we would have taken part in it.
John, I want to put this to Donald Dewar, Robin Cook, the gentleman asked how this became an issue in this election campaign, and of course it became an issue in this election campaign because you raised it. But on the other hand, Donald Dewar, Robin Cook came at the weekend talking in the Scottish election campaign, and he returned to the attack on Alex Salmond, which had been started. Alex Salmond had used the words unpardonable folly, which I think the gentleman was referring to. George Robertson had used the words toasted Belgrade. Tam Daly called this attack by Robin Cook at the weekend as something which was attack beyond cheap. Shouldn't political leaders be entitled to voice an opinion which is different perhaps from the rest?
Of course they are. Of course they are, and I respect the sincerity. I think what surprised us, and surprised me certainly, was the use of phrases like unpardonable folly. I think this is a very difficult situation. There were clearly risks that had to be run. But I have to say that the ethnic cleansing, the appalling atrocities that were already being committed by the Milosevic regime in Kosovo, meant we couldn't just walk away from this. And I think this is significant that right across NATO, from great powers like the United States through to small countries like Norway, there was a unanimity that we had to do something about it. And I know that Alex Salmond argues that we should just have had an economic blockade. The trouble about that is that that takes a long time.
And those unfortunately didn't have time. Before I come to the members of the panel, I would like to take 2 or 3 views in the audience. The lady first behind the gentleman with the check shirt, then the gentleman with the check shirt. The lady first behind you, please. The lady first behind you, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sana Sadullah, Civil Rights Campaign. I would like to put this question to the panel. Current refugee legislation represents a threat towards greater erosion of refugee rights. We have also witnessed a rise of racism incident in our society.
Could you stick to the point about Kosovo? Do you have a point on Kosovo?
I think Kosovo needs a lot more support than we have done so far.
The lady there with the microphone, yes. Your point, please, and then the gentleman with the check shirt. Yes.
Yeah, Slobodan Milosevic has shown clearly over the past few weeks that he's actually just
playing it with the NATO alliance, that for every advance he retreats, and for every retreat or stalemate he then advances again and pushes more refugees forward. What I'm concerned about is how much of a bill are we prepared to pay, especially since there doesn't seem to be any money around to repair Scotland's public sector houses.
Thank you very much. The gentleman with the check shirt, please.
I would like to ask the panel what they think of NATO countries still exporting oil to Serbia while they're bombing Serbia itself. They've been bombing refineries. Why are they bombing refineries when they're still supplying Serbia with oil?
David McCletchy.
Well, I mean, I support the action that the government is taking in Kosovo in conjunction with our NATO allies. I think
Even if it means ultimately complete ethnic cleansing.
No, it doesn't mean that. It's there to stop ethnic cleansing. So look at it. Milosevic had a carefully laid plan in place months ago and was embarked upon it. That's the facts of the matter. And I'm sorry, I don't want to play armchair generals here, but quite frankly, the kind of economic blockade idea that Alec came up with, and I don't doubt his integrity and belief that that was right, it just wouldn't have worked. And we've got to get the job finished in Kosovo and get these people back to their homeland in a safe and secure society where they can live in a degree of freedom. And let's finish the job and get behind our troops. And I must say the Prime Minister as well.
I think that everybody in here will be agreed on the regard in which Slobodan Milosevic is held. But let's bring it back to the politics. Do you think this is being a political issue in this campaign, Jim Walls?
It has certainly been raised on doorsteps. And mostly raised by people who were disappointed and I think shocked with what Alec said. But Alec is entitled to his view. I've made the point on a number of occasions that I regret that unlike people like Tam Dalyell or Tony Benn, he didn't actually express that view on a number of occasions in the House of Commons before he went and made it on television. But let's be in no doubt. I mean, we could not just walk by on the other side. The outcry that would have come if that kind of ethnic cleansing had taken place and we had done nothing, it would have been deafening. And one further point, Kirsty, one further point. When Paddy Ashdown was out recently talking to the refugees, he asked them if they thought NATO's action had made matters worse, and they said no, they just wish NATO had acted earlier.
Alex Salmond, haven't you, by making this such a high-profile issue for the Nationalists, haven't you put someone like Margaret Ewing in difficulty, who's got both Kinloss and Rossymouth in her constituency?
Well, I think you've got to say what you believe to be right.
Does she believe in your suggestion?
Yes, she does. Can I say why I think the bombing campaign made matters worse for the Kosovo Albanians? The first thing that had to happen to start the bombing campaign was that 2,000 monitors from the United Nations and the Red Cross were withdrawn from Kosovo. These people were the only protection that the Kosovo Albanians had. It gave free rein to the Milosevic forces in Kosovo. Before I came out this evening, I watched Channel 4 News. They were doing a report from Washington.
Very briefly.
The news is that Clinton is going to cut a deal with Milosevic. After 6 weeks of bombing, there's going to be a deal done. The Kosovo Albanians are going to get much, much less than they deserve, and Milosevic is going to get much, much more than he deserves. I think the bombing campaign has been counterproductive and a grave mistake.
We must move on now and take a question from Kate Lothian, who's a Liberal Democrat. Your question, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Can I ask the panel members, please, what they would do to equalise the petrol prices to be more in line with other countries and to stop the constant punishment that happens to motorists? After all, cars are here to stay.
Thank you very much. Donald Dewar, as we have travelled around the country doing hustings programmes from here to Hollywood, we're being constantly faced with real anger about the cost of fuel.
Yes. I understand that it's unpopular. I have to say it's part of an overall strategy to try and cut CO2 emissions. And people do try and take the global warming problems seriously, the problems of climate change, and we're attacking this in a whole number of ways. Can I say one of the things I do slightly object to is the hypocrisy. If I could just say, for example, David McCletch's party, in fact, introduced this in 1993, put it up to 5% very shortly afterwards, and ran it right the way through. Alex Salmond's economics of independence are based in part on the fact that it will continue because he's put the revenue from it into his calculations and indeed has overestimated it. And let me finish. The official position of the Liberal Democrats, as expressed during the recent budget debates and in their last conference, is that 6% is all right, but they want 8%.
Right. Well, we'll come back to you, but I want you to pick up exactly what Donald Dewar was saying. It's your policy. You started the escalator going.
And the point about an escalator, Kirsty, is that when you get to the top, you get off. That's the whole point about an escalator. No, you're the one that's accelerating it, and Gordon Brown's accelerating. That's your party's policy, Jim. That's Labour's policy as well. Now, we have got to the stage where our fuel prices are the highest in Europe. We have done our bit on CO2 emissions. It's time to get off and stop this increase on our private motorists, 50 pence a gallon under Labour, costs on the haulage industry that are going to be reflected on the supermarket shelf on the goods going to market.
Just be quite clear, Jim Walsh, what is the Liberal Democrat policy? Because in fact, after this was announced, Matthew Taylor, of course, it's 6% over inflation for the fuel tax. Matthew Taylor said it actually should be 8%, not 6%. And here you are campaigning for it to be reduced in Scotland. Is this pure devolution?
Well, I think it's actually an important point to make. It's actually a reserve power. When Alec goes around telling people vote SNP on Thursday and they'll get lower fuel tax, then it just won't happen. But we've got a package of environmental environmental measures, which is part, yes, there is an escalator, but there is also, and we've made this clear on many occasions, why we voted against both David's party's increases in fuel tax and Donald's party's increase in fuel tax. It must go hand in hand with measures that will protect rural...
Well, we do say it.
Before I bring in Alex Salmond, I have got to bring in Marion Coyne from the Green Party. Now, I must bring in Marion Coyne at this point from the Green Party.
Policy, and I think I'm allowed to explain.
Well, let Marion Coyne have a quick word here, please.
Thank you. Well, the first thing to say, of course, is we should never have lost our wonderful railway network that we had. That's what's forced a lot of vehicle transport onto the roads and what are polluting our cities and countryside. In the long run, we know we cannot just keep relying on road vehicle transport. We know that it's unsustainable. Until then, though, we do have to rely on it until we get a good and integrated public transport system reinstated in Scotland. We want to see differentials so that people who need to use their cars, like people in the rural areas, don't face the same penalty as those who have other choices available to them.
Thank you very much. Surely, though, Alex Salmond, I need to bring out Alex Salmond time-wise. Alex Salmond, surely anything that's good for the environment in Scotland is something that you should support, and so therefore you should support a reduction immediately.
Yes, I mean, everybody wants to put forward policies that are good for the environment, but we have the highest petrol and diesel prices in the whole of Europe. I mean, everybody else has signed up to the CO2 agreements as well, and I think at the heart of this is not an environmental policy, it's a tax policy. I don't think it's green, I think it's brown. Now, Donald said what was wrong with everybody else's policy. He didn't spend much time defending the Labour Party's policy. That Labour Party policy, Donald, is costing thousands of jobs potentially in Scotland. It's increasing the price of every good in every shop, the length and breadth of the country. It's deeply unfair to rural motorists. People have got no alternatives in public transport, and it's making our industry uncompetitive. Little wonder Donald didn't spend much time defending that policy.
Donald Dewar. Doesn't this show the weakness of devolution, that actually you're powerless to effect a change to this? This is a Treasury matter.
No, devolution is a division of responsibilities, I think well worked out, logical and strong, and I hope enduring. What we are doing is having the courage of everyone else's convictions of a few years ago. And I may say that for Jim, with all respect, to say that he's got a package, he doesn't go around saying part of the package is an 8% escalator. Now, on this, of course, we're
putting... But you still have to go cap in hand to the Chancellor to ask for a reduction.
Cap in hands at all. We are fully represented in the Westminster Parliament. And this is part of the settlement that makes sense. But can I say...
Did you oppose it in Cabinet?
Can I say to Alex Salmond that, of course, we're introducing all sorts of other measures, like the climate change levy, which will be
tackling the same problem. But did you oppose it in Cabinet?
Well, Kirsty, you're joking, aren't you? I mean,
No,
in the sense that
no,
if I start telling you what happens in the cabinet room, then we are making a total
They will know
mockery of
about
the whole
politics.
system.
Just this one, Donald. Did you oppose it in cabinet?
No.
I mean, if I asked Alex Salmon about the arguments in his own party,
I'm
he's
afraid we
not going
can't
to
ask questions backwards and forwards.
But let me just
The simple question is that you say that you're fully represented at Westminster. This is a Westminster matter. Nobody in the Scottish Parliament has the power to change, stop, or slow down the escalator.
Well, the point about it is that is a reserve power. Yes. But it makes sense, because if we go for independence, look at the thousands of jobs that we lost.
I'm afraid Donald Dewar, I'm afraid, gentlemen, at this point we have to close down the debate. That is all from McEwen Hall in Edinburgh. Thank you to the audience and to our four party leaders. So remember to use your vote on Thursday. In this election, more than any other, every single vote counts. Then on Thursday night, sit back and watch BBC's election coverage. I'll be on air from 10 o'clock on BBC One, the channel which will be first to bring you the thrills and spills and the big story of Thursday's historic election for the Scottish Parliament. From all of us here in Edinburgh, a very good night.
And Radio Scotland's on the campaign trail with Colin Mackay, and tomorrow afternoon they reach Journey's End in Edinburgh, where they'll quiz the local candidates about the burning local issues. That's the final hustings 99 tomorrow at 1 on Radio Scotland.
My plan is to sell sports socks.
Just sports socks?
I'll be sticking pretty exclusively to the sports socks, yes.
You have a premises in mind?
Argyle Street in Glasgow.
Your business strategy?
Sports socks. Yeah, your sports socks. £2 for £1 now. £2 for £1 now.
If I could just offer you a wee bit of advice concerning diversifying your product base.
What's that? Tune the Fat.
Gas lighters.
Thursday at 9:30, BBC One Scotland. Now on BBC One Scotland, 999 with Michael Burke.
Tonight on 999, real-life drama as a fuel tanker explodes.
to Friday. The day didn't quite go according to plan for the Conservatives, but there's no doubting their views on coalition.
We are campaigning to maximise our position and influence in the Parliament, and you're certainly not going to get me backing anybody else.
The Nationalists attacked Labour's plans for building schools with private finance.
Privatisation by the Labour Party of schools and hospitals round Scotland.
With just one day to go, the Nationalists believe this is an issue which could help close the gap on Labour. Harry Smith, ITN, Falkirk.
In Wales, Labour flew in more support from Westminster, in the shape of Chancellor Gordon Brown. His message, don't let Plaid Cymru in through the back door. The Nationalists have been encouraged by an opinion poll which shows them neck and neck with Labour in North Wales. The Conservatives are hoping that concerns about separatism and the Union will bring a last-minute surge for their campaign, while the Liberal Democrat leader in Wales launched himself into Cardiff Bay on a speedboat to show how his party is raring to go. But tonight, in a head-to-head debate between the party leaders in Wales, an opinion poll predicted Labour is on course for a working majority, while Plaid Cymru has leapt ahead of the Tories into second place, with the Liberal Democrats trailing fourth. But all the parties say that opinion polls have been wrong before, and there's still everything to play for. Tim Rogers, ITN, Cardiff.
The speculation surrounding the
Scottish Premier League and Sky Television to abandon the 6:05 kick-off time for live football matches. The Scottish Home Affairs Minister and Strathclyde's Chief Constable both say there should be a review of the timing following the violence before, during and after Sunday's Championship decider at Celtic Park. Meanwhile, Celtic have launched a telephone hotline to encourage fans to tell them about people who caused trouble at the match. Mike Edwards reports.
Recovering slowly at home, 64-year-old Glasgow taxi driver Robert Mearns. After Sunday's game, he stopped at lights when he was approached by 4 youths, one wearing a Celtic top.
A youth approached me and asked me for my money machine.
I says, what you want it for? He says, I want that money. I says, you're not getting it. Just tell me to get lost. He says, well, I'm going to get to your tyre.
After an altercation with the youths, he drove off. He only noticed he'd been stabbed when he stopped to drop off his passenger.
I thought I was going into a cold sweat, but when I put my hand inside my shirt and I pulled it out, it was saturated with blood. No.
2 other people were stabbed and many others injured in clashes between rival fans after the game, which saw Rangers clinch the league title. During the match, referee Hugh Dallas was struck by a missile and required treatment. 3 fans ran onto the pitch during a stormy game which also saw 3 players sent off. Today, Strathclyde's Chief Constable John Orr said he'd like talks to take place to discuss moving games from a 6 p.m. kick-off to prevent fans from drinking heavily ahead of matches, a view shared by the government.
Clearly the 6 o'clock fixture has maybe got to be looked at. Obviously people are having longer to drink. It was good weather, but clearly there was a lot of tension around for what was a very big game for both clubs.
This afternoon, Celtic have announced the creation of a telephone hotline. The club wants fans to phone in with information identifying those responsible for Sunday's trouble.
And we've had some very useful information in terms of names, and we've had seat numbers and reports of people throwing missiles onto the surface. And when we combine that to the closed circuit television reports that we have, hopefully we should be able to identify some of the culprits.
Scottish football fans have in the past been rewarded for their good behaviour, but after Sunday night's events on and off the field, and the recent international against the Czech Republic in which the then captain Gary McAllister was booed, the mood appears to be changing. As a result, the behaviour of Old Firm fans on Cup final day will come under intense scrutiny.
And the number for that special hotline set up for fans to phone with information is 0141 551 4230. The line is open from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There's just one full day of campaigning left before Scotland elects its first parliament for 300 years. And the parties are now nervously looking to the outcome. Can any of them gain an overall majority? And how important will the new voting system be in deciding where the balance of power might lie? This report from our political correspondent, Fiona Ross.
On Thursday, voters have 3 votes, 2 for the Scottish Parliament and 1 for the local council. Labour's message on their latest poster is clear, endorsed by Manchester United manager Alex Ferguson. Labour are concerned that voters might vote Labour on the first and SNP on the second, thereby allowing the SNP in by the back door, as Labour put it. Deputy Prime Minister John Prescott was drawing the crowds in Sauchiehall Street today, where it seemed voters had got the message.
A tremendous atmosphere, a real feeling of movement. We believe that we can make this and we can make it handsomely, famously. And then we'll have an agenda in government, which is a social justice agenda.
The SNP hopes are high. The latest polls show that although Labour is still well ahead on the first vote, on the second vote, the Nationalists are closing the gap. It's this split vote that the SNP are relying on.
I know we can close the gap, and I know it because we're putting forward a positive message which is getting a response from the Scottish people. At the end of the day, people vote for something, not against something. They're going to go vote for Scotland's party to run Scotland's Parliament.
The likely outcome of this voting system is a hung Parliament and the possibility of coalition government. The obvious partners are the Liberal Democrats, or as the Tories would have it, a party of no principle who'll do deals with anyone.
Donald Dewar, I think, would be well advised to sup with a very long spoon with the Liberal Democrats. They are a fickle party. 1 minute they're cuddling up to him, the next minute they're cuddling up to the SNP. Let's not forget they're the only other party in this election that is prepared to see Alex Salmond as First Minister of Scotland.
But the Liberal Democrats aren't talking coalition yet.
What do I get when I vote Liberal Democrat? And let me tell you what they're going to get. They're going to get a party committed to investment in health, committed to investment in education, committed to putting police back on our streets and tackling crime, committed to a parliament that puts Scotland first, not Westminster first.
The Scottish Greens are also asking for that all-important second vote. As they see it, a vote for the environment.
I'm Elizabeth Smith. I've known Donald Dewar since he and my husband John became friends at Glasgow University together.
The widow of the late Labour leader John Smith recording one of the last election broadcasts of the campaign. Tomorrow, the last day of campaigning.
Mystery surrounds a complaint to the Dean of the Faculty of Advocates over allegations that a senior Scottish lawyer is to be investigated over racist remarks at an office Christmas party. But the man said to be the butt of the remarks says he hasn't complained. He also says he gets on well with Jock Thompson, the lawyer at the centre of the claims. Here's Paddy Christie.
Jock Thompson says he's outraged at the allegations, which came in the form of an anonymous letter sent to members of the press and politicians. It alleged that Mr Thompson racially abused a Black Court official at a Christmas function. The Black Court official is Mr Des Shanko, but Mr Shanko says there was no offence given and none taken. But Mr Thompson is now the subject of a complaint to the Faculty of Advocates by the Lord Advocate Lord Hardy. He's incensed to be branded a racist.
On the 18th of March, I saw and spoke with a person to whom I made the alleged racist remarks. He said he had made no complaint about me, that he had no intention of doing so, and that he would be happy to clarify matters with the Lord Advocate. This matter arose as the result of a bit of banter made during the course of the Glasgow High Court staff Christmas party. No offence was intended, and more importantly, none was taken. Since this is to be the subject of an investigation, it would be rather inappropriate for me to comment further.
Mr Thompson has been suspended from representing the Crown until his case is dealt with. Insiders say it looks as if the anonymous writer who was at the party and is therefore likely to work in legal circles is trying to discredit Mr Thompson for some reason of his or her own.
800 call centre jobs are coming to Greenock after mobile phone company 121 decided to locate a massive new development in the town. It's a much needed boost for Inverclyde as one of its major employers, National Semiconductor, prepares to close down its electronics plant over the next few months. Our business correspondent Alan Sonby reports.
Mobile phone firms expect enormous growth. 10-year-old 121 says in Scandinavia 50% of the population already own one. Young people are being targeted for many of the services they offer. Already in Finland, the fastest growing part of the market today is among 10-year-olds. Northampton-based 121 will build its new full-sized call centre at the West Cartburn Industrial Estate on the Clyde waterfront at Greenock. Recruitment will start immediately, with the first 50 jobs in place for the launch from a nearby temporary building in August. When the purpose-built structure opens, 50 extra jobs will be added each month over the next 2 years.
It wins out on the communications, the access to the site, in addition to the 80,000 catchment that are for staff in the Greenock area, which is excellent for us. It gives us the ability to recruit the kind of people we want to retain and keep to deliver a world-class customer service for our customers.
Greenock faces the rundown of one of its biggest employers, the National Semiconductor Electronics plant. Today's call centre jobs, paying from around £11,000 to £14,000 a year, are seen as a massive boost for the area.
Well, I think there's general delight. 800 jobs for an area like this is a considerable number, particularly given the recent troubles in some of the electronics plants locally.
Greenock's good fortune and the 800 jobs rest on a growing trend. Scotland's call centre boom continues, but the effort is on to spread the investment around and find new sites. And in mobile phones, Greenock looks as though with new developments, it's set for even more growth.
British Nuclear Fuels has received an official warning after an inquiry into Chapel Cross Power Station in Annan. It discharged thousands of gallons of contaminated water into the Solway Firth without authorisation. The Scottish Environment Protection Agency said the radioactive content of the liquid was unlikely to have breached any limits. British Nuclear Fuels says procedures are now in place to ensure it doesn't happen again. And that's all from the newsroom for now. The next Scottish Bulletin's at 5:25 tomorrow morning. But from all of us here, good night.
Good evening. As campaigning intensifies in the remaining hours until polling, we focus on Shetland as the candidates for the constituency, which was one of the least enthusiastic for devolution, come on board the race for Holyrood and debate the issues. And we take counsel of the other Scottish vote as the electorate prepares to vote a third way. If one thing could have been predicted about May 6th, it was the new voting system would make the outcome less than predictable. With growing excitement over an uncertain result, the parties are making a final push to squeeze a week's electioneering into the next 24 hours. With the nation now plastered with election posters and just 2 more campaigning days to go until the close of polls, all of the parties are taking to the street in a last-minute push for votes. Almost 1,000 candidates are battling for the 129 seats, while party activists are out in force on a canvassing frenzy, relentlessly hoping to transform the elusive floating voters into party supporters. The academics would maintain the die is now cast.
Very few people will actually change their minds now. I'm sure that even the undecideds, they've reduced in number, have finally more or less decided what to do. So it's making sure that your vote goes and vote. The turnout could be absolutely crucial on Thursday.
And democracy, particularly with proportional representation, always has a price, with this particular election estimated to cost £4.5 million. The logistics behind organising an entire nation into selecting its leaders are impressive, with around 18,000 people working through the night to ensure Scotland will have a result when it wakes in the morning.
We started back in November and we'll be working right through probably till November this year. We're talking about basically a year, but of course the culmination is this week. We have 1,200 staff involved on Thursday and Friday, 700 during the day attending to the public as they vote, 500 at the counting that evening.
So as the Scots exercise their democratic rights for the first time in a flutter of peach and lilac, it remains to be seen just how many of the electorate will support their old party colours. One of the issues of Vote 99 has been education, and in particular tuition fees. So how has this election been received on the campus? We spent a day at Dundee University, which has a reputation for strong student politics.
But I'm not going to ask any individual here to define it, because psychologists have been trying to define it for 100 years, and there is still no agreed definition. So
at Dundee University, the politics department teaches a wide range of subject areas, but this year in particular, what we've noticed is there's been tremendous interest in Scottish politics.
This will actually be my first time voting. I'm very sure about what I actually do in the booth. I know I've got my constituency MSP and my list MSP, and I'll be voting for the same party in both.
It's been quite a good campaign. I think the interest has built up throughout the period, and now there's quite a lot of people talking and getting quite excited for May the 6th.
The major issues are tuition fees, whether or not students should be paying them. Obviously Labour having introduced the tuition fees, and the other parties on the whole saying that they'll abolish them. That's a major issue, but then also the maintenance grants. Students having to pay for their own maintenance as well as their fees. It's just not acceptable.
I think it's fair to say that MSPs will be more sensitive to Scottish needs than has been the case at Westminster. All too often on issues like fisheries, we've seen it highlighted as an issue for the southwest of England and not really for the northeast of Scotland.
Dundee University has got a really strong debating union, both outside of the university throughout the UK, but also more importantly within the Students' Association here. We have regular political debates, just encouraging some discussion, which is obviously very important regarding the oncoming Scottish elections.
Well, thanks a lot for coming along, everybody, and welcome to the Dundee University Students' Association.
Don't you think that's the wrong attitude to take? Do you think that's the attitude that Mrs Thatcher took and that the Conservative government took when they saw that the health service was in dire straits, perhaps due to the bad planning of previous governments? When they saw that situation, what they didn't do was ask the people if they wanted to save it. What they didn't do was look for the public money to save it.
One of the questions that I would like to ask is with regard to drugs in Scotland. Not just within Dundee, but with Scotland as a whole. I'm somebody who comes from Fraserburgh. I'm a Brother. Now, it's something that's a huge problem in Fraserburgh, but it's not just something that anybody can put down to poverty. What are any of the parties going to do to try and solve this problem?
Students in occupation now at Sussex University, who are in occupation right now as we speak, are fighting the right way to beat fees and that the way to actually pay for a free education system, like Harvey says, is to tax the rich.
In the 1997 devolution referendum, Shetland was one of the least enthusiastic constituencies. But will the islands getting their own MSP rather than sharing with Orkney warm the Northern Isles' attitude to Holyrood? Helga Meller reports.
Up Heliar, Shetland's annual Viking festival. Its obvious Norse connection is just one of many evident on the islands, and nearer to Norway than Edinburgh, there's a feeling here of individuality rather than perhaps any strong allegiance to Scotland. They're going it alone for the first time. The former Orkney and Shetland constituency split into two separate seats, a move it's hoped will convince islanders that their very specific needs will be better represented in Holyrood than they were in Westminster. The Northern Isles have been held by the Liberals since the 1950s, their longest tenure in Great Britain. But whether that'll continue in the new Shetland seat is certainly not a foregone conclusion. There's a general lack of interest in party politics on Shetland, which is reflected in the island's council, which is almost totally independent. Shetland has enjoyed relative prosperity since the 70s thanks to the Sullom Voe oil terminal, but the industry's feeling the squeeze with oil prices extremely low. A huge number of jobs have gone at Sullom Voe, and only if the new Atlantic Frontier reserves are tapped will oil continue to be the island's major provider. As the oil industry declines, though, there is a return to some of the traditional industries, with the famous Shetland knitwear in particular enjoying new export orders. Farmed Shetland salmon was also making a name for itself on supermarket shelves at home and abroad, but the spread of the deadly infectious salmon anemia disease has devastated fish stocks. It's a crisis the local industry will be desperately looking towards the Scottish Parliament to help with. The Conservative's Gary Robinson was born and brought up on the islands and works in the office equipment industry. He was heavily involved in the 1992 general election campaign on Orkney, going on to be appointed to the Shetland executive of the Scottish Conservative Party. He was also a major player in the local Think Twice campaign before the devolution referendum. Willie Ross is fighting the seat for the SNP. A civil engineer living on the islands, he joined the Nationalists in 1973 and has been involved with the local branch of the party since 1983. Willie Ross has served on the Galberwick and Cunningsborough Community Council for 10 years and is also Secretary of the Agricultural Show. The Liberal Democrat's Tavish Scott is a livestock farmer on the island of Bressay. Educated at Anderson High School in Lerwick and Edinburgh's Napier University, he was a researcher for Northern Isles MP Jim Wallace for 2 years at the end of the 80s. He went on to become a press officer with the party and since 1994 has been a councillor on Shetland Islands Council. Jonathan Wills is Labour's candidate. He joined the party in 1965 while studying geography at Edinburgh University and stood for the Northern Isles seat in the 2 general elections of 1974. Also a former Islands councillor, Jonathan Wills is a freelance writer, broadcaster and wildlife guide. He has also worked as a lighthouse boatman and college lecturer.
With transport a vital issue, it was appropriate that the 4 candidates joined me on board the St Clair ferry, which links Shetland with the mainland.
Gary, we always hear that Shetland is very different from the rest of Scotland. Do you think a parliament in Edinburgh will be of any more significance to the people here than one in Westminster?
I think the Parliament in Edinburgh is still a long way away from us here in Shetland. We're actually nearer to Bergen here than we are to Edinburgh. So I think the Parliament will have to be judged on its actions and what it's actually going to do for Shetland. There is a great deal of scepticism as to what the Parliament can do. Many people I've spoken to have said, even still, that they see it's just going to be an extra cost, another layer of government.
For the Nationalists, this must be quite worrying, isn't it, when you want to go as far as independence and Shetland maybe don't even want devolution?
Oh, I don't think that's true. I think the vote in the referendum 2 years ago showed that Shetlanders are quite happy with devolution.
Marginally?
Marginally, yes. But, I mean, that's a big sea change from the last referendum in 1979. And I think, as I've been going round, I think there is a recognition in Shetland that we are poorly governed from Westminster. An awful lot of issues in Shetland, like our industries like fishing, farming, crofting, are badly governed from Westminster. And I think there's a recognition that the Scottish Parliament in Edinburgh offers a new chance for Shetland to get on the map for a change.
Jonathan, you were going to stand as an independent. How can you now justify coming in as a traditional Labour candidate?
Well, I'm not going to go back over the Labour Party's internal disputes about who should be the candidate in Shetland, but we seem to have established that the candidate should be chosen by the local party, and I hope that will be observed nationally as well as in Shetland.
But it's not the local dispute, it's the policy.
I'm the official Labour Party candidate, and I am finding great enthusiasm for this Parliament on the doorsteps, because people see it as a way of bringing the Scottish office under more democratic, accountable control.
Tavish, do you think that Jonathan Wills can represent Shetland when he's already criticised the party that he's now standing for?
Well, I'm not here to comment on Jonathan Wills as a candidate. What I'm interested in doing is making sure this Parliament works, and works for the people of Shetland. I think across a vast range of issues, people in Shetland want to see progress and want to see positive action on issues like salmon, on issues like our transport links. Because we're sitting here on the St Clair, this is probably arguably the most important issue for the future of these islands, both in terms of sea links and in terms of air links. And I think Shetland wants and needs a very powerful representative in the new Scottish Parliament, very determined to make transport, salmon, fisheries and agriculture the issues which are at the forefront of the parliamentary decision-making process, and that's very much what Liberal Democrats will do both here in Shetland and I think is strongly throughout the Highlands and Islands.
Transport is very important, yet the fuel tax, which probably is the single biggest problem here just now, will not be affected by the Scottish Parliament.
Well, the fuel tax can be affected by the Scottish Parliament, because if the Parliament takes a view on it as an issue and recognises the difficulties that we face in Shetland and throughout rural Scotland in terms of the extra cost of buying a litre of petrol in somewhere like Lerwick, I think the Parliament will say that's not a fair deal for the motorist. We all recognise the environmental...
You can't change it.
Yeah, but can I just finish? I mean, we can change it in the sense that if the Parliament takes a very firm view on it right across the board, and there's cross-party agreement on the need to take action on it, they can then lobby the Westminster Government in a positive relationship there. They can also accept the case that has been made that the UK member state can alter the VAT level on fuel and bring the level down to, shall I say, average mainland prices, and they can do that right across.
I've yet to see a way of doing that. I mean, I'm interested in differential taxation for the more remote areas of Scotland. I haven't yet seen a workable way of doing it, and certainly, as Tavish says, the new Parliament's going to have to look at that as part of its overall transport policy and how we do cushion the effect of higher fuel taxes. Higher fuel taxes are the policy of all the parties, and anybody who
But we need the political will, John. The important thing is the political will to tackle the problem of fuel prices. I think Jonathan's quite right about the transport points he makes, but we need the political will, and that's not there from the Labour Party at the moment.
Gary, the salmon farming industry is in crisis here. It's blighted by salmon anemia. What can be done?
Yeah, I think there's a great deal that could be done. I don't know exactly how, well, the salmon farmers know how much the government's current policy is failing. I'm a bit disappointed that the government aren't going to produce the report into their findings until after the Scottish Parliament elections. I think that might give some indication as to the damning criticism that's in it. But we certainly have taken a positive view in this. We want to work with the industry to overcome the problems and allow them to get compensation that they're currently being denied.
I have to interrupt you, Gary. I'm sorry, but I mean, that report has been published. It isn't normal to publish those reports during an election campaign. The government has offered £9 million to help solve this problem. Either we can eradicate this disease, or we can't. If we can't, we're going to have to live with it. The offer the government made was in terms that were not acceptable to the industry. Lord Sewell has said, well, let's sit down and talk about it again. This is a government that didn't cause this problem, but is trying to solve it. And I'm sure the Scottish Parliament is going to want
Jonathan,
to have to do something much more urgently than before we meet.
The report that I'm talking about, Jonathan, is the Highlands and Islands Enterprise 1, which is critical of the government, and the government have sat on until after the Scottish Parliament.
But do you think Lord Sewell can bring the solution? I mean, you've already questioned his ability as a fisheries minister. If you're now going to serve under him, do you think you can come up with the solutions?
I argue with John Sewell. I argue with many Labour colleagues. I mean, that's what the Labour Party is about, having a debate, an argument, a discussion. I think Lord Sewell has done his best to help the salmon farming industry. I'm not even sure there is a solution to this, and there are people in the salmon farming industry who've told me that in the last few days. They're seriously worried there may not be a solution.
There is a solution, and that's about a containment policy, because what's happening at the moment is that in Norway we have a position where they manage it as an industry problem, and then Norwegian salmon is allowed to be imported into the UK and into European markets. So they have a cost advantage both in terms of the price and in terms of the fact that they can put salmon into European markets while managing it in a different way than we have to in Shetland and indeed in the Scottish salmon industry.
That's true.
So that can happen if there's a commitment and a determination to take that through at a European level as part of a reform of European regulations. And I think the Scottish Parliament can play a role there, both in the representative office in Brussels, in making sure that we get a change in the European regulation.
But do you think the Scottish Parliament is going to be in tune enough with the needs of a rural economy like Shetland, which is suffering because of the decline in the oil industry just now, which has saved you from a lot of the economic ills in the past?
I think the Scottish Parliament will, because the Scottish Parliament will be a lot nearer and will listen. And many other parts of Scotland, not just Shetland, many parts of rural Scotland have the similar problems. The same issues are important: transport, the rural economy, the rural industries. The one concern I've got on issues like salmon farming, the problems in the salmon industry, not just the problem with ISA, but the problem with the price of salmon, largely due to the Norwegians flooding salmon into the EU at a ridiculously low price over the years. We had a Tory government which did nothing about it. We have a Labour government now which does nothing about it. My concern is that the Scottish Parliament won't have the teeth to do anything about it until we get full independence and the Scottish Parliament minister, Scottish Government minister, taking part in the EU councils and arguing properly for an industry which is very, very important to Scotland.
You won't get independence with the support of the people of Shetland, because it's quite clear the people of Shetland want to stay in the United Kingdom. And the SNP have got an even bigger hole in their budget than they think they have, because the oil is in Shetland and Orkney waters, and so is the fish. And the revenues from those public resources are staying with Britain if we stay with Britain.
But while we're on the subject of fisheries, I mean, the other three candidates here all support governments who have proposed some form of reform of the common fisheries policy, radical or otherwise. I noticed recently the Liberal Democrats started their campaign with the promise of radical reform. But in the most recent election correspondence, I noticed that radical reform has now become adjustments to the common fisheries policy. We say the common fisheries policy has not worked, it's not working, it's not going to work, it needs to go. It's the only way that we can salvage the Scottish fishing industry.
I must say, I think for the Conservatives to say anything on fisheries after 18 years of doing absolutely nothing about it is pretty rich, to be honest.
Yes.
What the Liberal Democrats say about the need for reform of the common fisheries policy is to give local fishermen much more control and much more influence in the way in which decisions are taken. We want to see regional management of fisheries, and the whole philosophy should be decentralisation of powers, decentralisation of the structures of reform of fisheries, so that local people can be involved in that, including all the stakeholders.
And Labour has started to deliver on that with the backing for the local shellfish management order. Unfortunately, some people are objecting to it, so it has to go to a public inquiry.
Right.
But that is the basis. There's a cross-party agreement on this.
Apart from the Conservatives.
We want, well, are there parties?
We want
local
control.
control. We want local control and management of sustainable fisheries, and that's Labour Party policy.
But how can you have equal access? How can you reform equal access to a common resource?
Well, you have to go to Brussels and talk about it.
Scotland's councils are also going to the polls on Thursday. As the electorate focuses on the first and second votes, will local government be disadvantaged, or could there be a record turnout? Christina McIntyre reports.
The 6th of May.
Have your say in May, the slogan aimed at wooing the electorate to the ballot box in just over a week's time. But the advert mentions only 2 votes, both for the Scottish Parliament. No mention whatsoever of vote number 3, which will elect this year's local councillors. The SNP describes the omission as crap. The Nationalists are fielding a record number of candidates at local level and dispute the claim that the best will be trying for the Scottish Parliament, leaving a melee of also-rans chasing town hall glory.
I think what's important is the quality of candidates. For example, in Glasgow, we've had a very rigorous vetting process. 37 candidates failed the vetting process in Glasgow, whereas the Labour Party failed absolutely no one who went forward for that. So what we're basically saying is that even if people have been SNP activists for 10, 20, 30 years, that doesn't entitle them to an SNP council candidate. We're looking for the best people if we're going to be delivering the best services.
The vast majority of Scottish local authorities are Labour-controlled, with only a handful ruled by the SNP and Liberal Democrats. In the Lib Dems case, it's a matter of co-rule with independent councillors. The Scottish Conservatives, however, are at the helm of none. The Listening Party, as has been its theme since the last general election, is bidding for its first scalp. The Tories claim local authorities must maintain their autonomy.
We're very concerned that the left-wing parties, which basically is everybody else, although I think Labour is shifting a bit to the right of us on some issues, are centralist parties. They want to pull things back and will only let things go at a gentle pace to suit themselves. Now that is a great danger and a risk to democracy. We're a party that believes very much in making decisions locally available to people. We need to have local services designed locally, accountable locally, with decisions made locally, and the Parliament should enable that to happen.
The Liberal Democrats' approach is somewhat contrasting. Rather than give local authorities carte blanche to spend their millions, they believe a tighter rein should be kept on them by the new Scottish Parliament.
We feel we can act in partnership, that the Scottish Parliament can use its committee structure to have strong regional committees which will cooperate with councils, help them to do good things, give them more freedom to do enterprising things, but monitor what they're doing, set standards and priorities, and make sure that they do deliver.
North Lanarkshire Council hit the headlines last year when a deficit of more than £5 million was uncovered in its direct labour organisation. Central government was quick to condemn the huge financial blunder. Public confidence in the town hall was greatly dented. But North Lanarkshire's not alone in the red. Across the country there have been debts of more than £10 million recorded in local councils. Now each political party has to convince the electorate that it and it alone is capable of running a tight ship at local level.
There are problems that we need to tackle. We're tackling them in the DLOs. We're also going to make sure that we have an ethical code put forward to the new Parliament to improve standards. The Macintosh Commission will soon report on electoral reform and the way that councils work. So there will be significant changes, but I believe that we've got a good foundation to build upon. But as far as Labour's concerned, there's absolutely no complacency whatsoever.
The Scottish public is notoriously disinterested in local politics, despite being critical of council services and council tax, and many simply don't bother to vote in council elections. This time round, things should be different. With vast numbers at the ballot box to elect the new MSPs, surely they'll spend a few more seconds and also use vote number 3 to choose a councillor.
I think I'll be rethinking my voting this year.
I know the government one's on the 6th of May for the Scottish Government. I know that, but as far as the local councillors, I haven't a clue.
I don't know much about politics, honestly. I think I don't really get involved in.
I think the public regard local government generally as a bit of a joke. They equate it with inefficiency, cronyism, self-serving people. It couldn't be lower, actually.
Do you not think the electorate is looking for guarantees that their particular local authority will be run correctly, the books will be balanced and there will not be sleaze?
There's a feeling in the public that they want their local council to be virtually non-political. They want it simply to work and deliver the service. They're not really interested in all the alleged sleaze and the political crossfire that takes place. They simply want it to work. They take a very pragmatic view of their local council.
And that brings us to the end of this pre-election programme. Join Bernard Ponsonby and I on Thursday at 10 o'clock for Vote 99 Scotland Decides, with the results as they happen across the country. Till then, a very good night to you.
Grilled chicken. Cut it up in small pieces and devour it. You seem to be very good at that.
this election as the night goes on?
Well, I think we accept that, because when you come up to vote for a constituency, you're accustomed to voting for a political party of your choice and for a candidate of your choice. But when you have a second vote, then it may be a second vote, but it could also be a second preference vote. That is, that people could choose another political party. So far that we've seen in the opinion polls, there's been a degree of change between those for first past the post. But one of the things that could be happening, of course, is that you can get a swirl, that some people may vote for a particular political party and be compensated for by others who take a different view of that. It will be most fascinating to see how the result comes out this evening.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Joan.
Thanks, Bernard. Now we're going back to Edinburgh to Fiona Armstrong. Fiona.
Well, Joan, I have to tell you that Edinburgh is unusually quiet here tonight. I've talked to some of the people who live here locally, and they say for a Thursday night it is very, very quiet. I don't know where all the people are. There are very few cars on the road, even fewer people walking along the pavements. All I can think is that they're at home watching the programme as it goes out and boosting your viewing figures. But I do understand that later in the evening, the cafes and bars behind Princes Street are preparing to get quite busy, as one or two parties are booked there, obviously as the results start coming in. Despite today's very bad weather here, we've got a nice mild night here. It's dry and it's really quite warm here on the balcony. And the city looks great behind me. You've got the castle shrouded in mist, and you've also got the General Assembly Hall. It isn't lit up, but that of course is where the new Parliament will be sworn in next week. And of course it'll sit there for the next 2 years until the new Parliament building is ready. But of course, if anything does happen here, if we get a lot of excitement, we'll be telling you about it.
Fiona Armstrong there in Edinburgh. Well, of course, in Scotland, it's 129 seats in the Scottish Parliament, 1,100 council seats. They'll all be accounted tomorrow. But, of course, in England, they're also electing councillors today. Dennis Mooney has been keeping an eye on what's happening there. Dennis, what can you tell us?
Well, Bernard, the whole thing down there is actually very big indeed. There's 11,000 council seats being fought over down there. It's a real huge test. Labour are a bit worried, I think, that complacency has maybe set in among some of their voters and that people won't actually come out to support them. So they're expecting some losses. In the autumn there, they were actually leaking that they might lose as many as 2,000 seats. I think they're hoping it'll be a bit less than that, but they could have some fairly substantial losses. It's a big test as well for William Hague. I think it's going to be some indicator of how people think he's doing. If the Tories don't start to pick up pretty significant numbers of seats, I think it's going to be seen really as a bit of a blow for William Hague. And the fact that the Tories at quite a senior level, as you know, Bernard, have been spatting with each other in recent weeks about public finance, I think that they would really be looking to maybe get...
Dennis, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much indeed.
We'll take a break now for the news from ITN. Join us in 20 minutes.
He worked on that for over 2.5 years.
Tomorrow morning. This is the first time that this electoral system, a form of PR, has been used in Britain. In the elections in Wales and Scotland, you cast 2 votes, one for your constituency MP and the other for a party or an individual on a list. In Wales, the boxes containing the assembly votes won't be counted until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Very civilised, but agony for the candidates. Glyn Mathias is in Cardiff, where he's been observing a famous day for his nation. Glyn, a tremendous amount of tension, not least because so little will be known tonight about the assembly elections.
Well, indeed, it has been a momentous day, electing the first ever National Assembly. The count, as you said, doesn't happen until tomorrow morning. The counting you can hear going on behind me is for some local council elections. Our poll, our election night poll, shows that Labour is by no means absolutely certain of getting an overall majority in the Assembly. It shows them on a range of between 28 and 32 seats. They need 31 to get that overall majority. Touch and go. It looks as if Plaid Cymru have put up a very good performance. Not enough perhaps to stop Labour getting an overall majority, but very nearly. It's going to be a knife-edge day tomorrow as that counting takes place.
Glyn, thank you very much. Well, we don't have any results from Wales, but we have some news from the local elections in England. Hugh Edwards has been watching them from Millbank. Hugh.
Kirsty, thanks a lot. There are 10,000 English council seats up for grabs tonight. The last time this happened 4 years ago, it did mark a very low point for John Major and the Tories and a very high point for Labour. So far tonight, Kirsty, very early days, I should say that, but we understand the turnout in these council elections in England is exceptionally low. It may be as low as 26%. That would be unprecedented, certainly, in recent decades, so that's something we're keeping our eyes on. There will be hundreds of Tory gains, certainly, maybe 1,000 or more, but whether that's enough to secure William Hague and to make him feel a little better about things is quite another matter. Another thing we're keeping our eyes on. Now, we'll be in touch with developments up and down the country. We think there's a big result due very soon in Sheffield, where the Lib Dems are hoping to inflict a big blow on the Labour council there. Jane Corbyn is in Sheffield. Jane, what can you tell us?
Well, as you join us, Hugh, it's just been confirmed. The Lib Dems have taken Sheffield. They have won the necessary 8 seats to take it from Labour, and Sheffield has always been known as a Labour bastion. Indeed, they've held it with the exception of 1 year since 1929. So it's a big